Call into order the Thursday, May 21st, 2026 meeting of the City of Concord Finance Committee. I know I've repeated this a couple times, but since people possibly have tuned in for the first time at home or will be watching this on YouTube, I'll just mention again that tonight, as in the past several nights, the City Council is meeting as a committee of the whole, which means we're not officially meeting as City Council, but as a committee of the City Council, the Finance Committee, to go to hear presentations on the budget and to deliberate on the budget eventually. I will again mention that if anyone in the audience has difficulty hearing, there are headphones available in the back of the room at the black cabinet where Michael is waving his hand. Concord TV has those. You can wear them. It'll augment the sound of tonight's meeting. I also and the other city councilors will also attempt to speak into their microphones when they make comments. I will attempt not to laugh into the microphone. Apparently that's one of the comments we've had. But laughing is spontaneous and sometimes we can't control that. So in any case, I will now conduct the roll call. Councilor Brown.
Here.
Champlin is here. Councilor Davey.
Present.
Councilor Fennessy is delayed. Councilor Foote is delayed. Councilor Grady Sexton.
Here.
Councilor Horn.
Here.
Councilor Caleb is delayed. Councilor Keach is delayed. Councilor Kretovic.
Here.
Councilor Kurtz is delayed. Councilor Schlosser.
Here.
Councilor Schultz.
Here.
Councilor Seku.
Here.
And Councilor Todd.
Here.
Right. We do have a quorum. Thank you very much. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the May 18th meeting of the Finance Committee.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilor Brown.
Yes, Your Honor, they are not available on there are no minutes listed.
Minutes were distributed earlier today.
Earlier today. May we hold off? I'm looking on my Granicus that we received. I don't have them on there.
We can certainly hold off approving the minutes until the next meeting.
I appreciate that. Thank you,
Sure,
Your Honor.
that's not a problem.
Can withdraw my motion?
Yes. I've seen this. Okay. Right. We withdraw the motion?
Yep.
All right, and the second. All right. Very good. All right. Mr. City Manager, I believe we're going to start with the general fund tonight.
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council. Tonight we'll be looking at the operating budgets for the Community Development Department, Library, Parks and Recreation, and Human Services. And when these budget reviews are complete, I'll turn the presentation over to Assistant Community Development Director Tim Thompson to review the tax increment financing and the capital improvement budget.
Very good.
So you want to go to item number 4 on your agenda for the community development and start on page 142. As you can see, revenues budget to budget are up $880,000 or 48%. Construction permits are up $887,000. Licenses are up $15,000. Review fees are down $40,000. And transfers and trusts are up $15,000 for the maintenance of the property at 2 Granite Place. Now that the city owns that property, it needs to be maintained, so we thought we'd put some dollars in there. But there's a transfer in to do that. And on page 143, if you go to the next page, you can see budget to budget. Expenses are up $122,000 or 2%. These changes are due to wage and benefits are up $139,000 across the entire department, primarily based on contracts. Professional services are down $22,000. Liability insurance is up $10,000. And there is one thing I'd like to add that is not in the budget right now, but it's in the program change requests. I went back and I looked at the Transportation Policy and Advisory Committee recommendations for safety improvements. And if you look at program change request 1050-07, you don't have to go there. It's in the PCR section of the agenda. You'll see there's a project for LED illuminated flashing stop signs on Portsmouth Street at the intersection of South Curtisville for $5,000. And as I look at that and look at the TPAC's reasoning for that one, that is something I think you should include in the budget. And if you need me to go find the dollars, I can go find the dollars. But I think when you get to the final night and talk about it. I think it is something that, it would be new for us, it'd be new for Concord, but it is something where you could use as a pilot, and I think it would be well worthwhile for that area, given the activity, particularly around the school area and the speeds and the geometric designs there. I think it'd be well worth your investment, and to try it out, come back as a pilot and report back to the council and TPAC and decide whether or not it makes sense to do. But it's $5,000. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for the city manager? Seeing none, please proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, Council.
So,
Sorry. The construction permits were 1.2 million in 2025, projected to be 1.1 2026. Why the 76% jump to 2 million for this budget?
what we do is we look at major project, not just major projects, look at all projects, and of course you're trying to anticipate relative, almost 18 months in advance, all the different projects that come along and the permits that they're going to pull. And based on the projects that we see on the way, this is the type of money and the size of them. This is be the types of dollars that you would receive for those. I know that's, and we're very, just so you know, we're very cautious, as you can see from with the numbers that come in at. We're very cautious. We don't want to overestimate what these are going to be. But these, we believe these are very solid numbers.
Follow up?
It's a different question.
Okay, go ahead.
The overtime, that jumps considerably by like 180%. Is that signaling that we should be getting another part-time employee or full-time employee to not get that sort of overtime?
Go from
13,000 up to 38,000.
Well, but we're just simply budgeting based on what we actually used a lot less than we thought would this year. So we budgeted this past year 37,000, so it's really an increase of a couple percent. So as you go back, it depends on how many meetings you're going to have and how much support needs to take place. And remember, this is one of the departments we had a position in, and then we're shifting to a part-time position to that, and we've had vacancies there, so we haven't been able to fill that position too. So it is something, if you try to do a reduction there if you want, but just based on our models of what we think we need, that's, as you can see, if you budget for it and we don't need it, we don't spend it.
Any other questions for the city manager, Council Brown?
Yes, I noticed in the budget detail on page 603, it lists 90,000 from the Economic Development Reserve for community development. What is that related to?
That's just simply a revenue coming in to offset costs.
Okay.
Unless that's just it's dollars that you have brought in the past to keep the tax rate down.
Follow.
Is that applied to anything specifically?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions on this area? Community development? Oh, sure. Welcome, Mr. LeBron.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, when you ask if it's applied to anything specifically, the reasoning for using that economic development money in this department is it's really an offset for economic development related purposes, because the economic development department is, overall their overarching responsibilities are for economic development purposes. We started using dollars from the Economic Development Reserve probably about 10 or 12 years ago to help offset costs when we had the original economic development director was employed directly for the city, that specific position. And then those responsibilities have really been kind of transferred out to other people within the department. So that's why we continue to use some dollars from the Economic Development Reserve to offset some of those costs for those purposes.
Thank you, Mr. LeBron. City manager?
Okay. So next you'll want to go to the next section. And that is library, and that is item number 5. And then you want to be on page 150. Revenues budget to budget are down $1,500, and that's due to fines for overdue books being down. And expenses budget to budget are up $63,000 or 3%, and that's mainly due to wages and benefit increases. There is an elimination of the dues for the American Library Association. We don't believe we need that anymore. And the one-time program change request in 2006 for a degree bonus. So those essentially the changes in the library budget. Be glad to answer any questions.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. City Manager, where are de minimis gifts and donations recorded?
Depends on which ones they are. If you're looking at, let me get to there.
For the library, that's what you mean.
Yes, that's the section we're in.
Right. Go ahead, Brian.
So are you referencing the de minimis gifts and donations that the city council reviews pretty much every single city council meeting? So those are actually not part of the operating budget. We have a separate fund that's called the Grants and Donations Fund. So when the city council approves those dollars, they go into that fund and they're recorded there, and then that's where the library actually spends those funds out of. So you're not going to see it in this part of the operating budget, but we had talked about having a report coming forward to the city council for grants and donations and capital projects. You'll see those dollars in that report.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, actually, just following up on Councilor Kretovic's question, I know you had said that we will be seeing that. Is there anywhere that we can see that report, we can track? Because I know the Concord Public Library Foundation has given, thousands of dollars over the years to the library. Where can we see that those donations are reflected?
You can see it in the annual audit report. But it's kind of included in with other items in there. But what I could do is I could run a report that we have out of our financial system that would actually provide what the balances are of those accounts.
That's
So
great. Thank you.
I could do that for the next committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. LeBrun. Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question to that. We're not really recording it here in the budget because it would vary so greatly from year to year. And so instead of trying to guess at a number, we're just taking it in because they are small to de minimis gifts, correct?
Yeah, those gifts, we call them de minimis because they tend to be under $10,000. If it's over $10,000, then the city council has a public hearing for it. But we account for that de minimis gift and donation as part of the resolution that the council approves during the budget process each year. You don't see it here because in that fund, it's a non-lapsing fund. So, you might get a $5,000 grant or gift from somebody, and it might take 2 years to spend it. If that were to happen and it was in the operating budget, it would lapse at the end of the year. So instead of, having that money lapse, then have to reappropriate it, becomes complicated that way. So we put it into that non-lapsing fund so that those dollars are available to buy books or periodicals or things for the children's programs, for longer than just that remainder of that fiscal year. Sometimes you get, stuff you get in this month, you would only have 45 days to spend it, right?
Great, I appreciate that.
Any other questions on the library? Seeing none, Mr. City Manager.
So next you'll want to go to item number 6 on your agenda. That's Parks and Recreation. And you want to be on page 154. And budget to budget revenues overall are up $54,000 or 4%, and that's due to increased participation. Really not the increase in fees or fines or anything like that. It's really that much more activity going on. And it's due to increase. 7 camps are up $7,000. The aquatics are down $4,000. Program fees coming in for different programs are up $22,000. Rentals are up $21,000. And transfers for trusts are up $11,000. And that's from the cemetery trust. It's generating that much more money. The expenses on page 155. Budget to budget are up $56,000, and that's due to wage and benefits increase. It's $246,000. So you're going to say, well, it's up 56, so how's that up $246,000? Professional services are down $178,000. You'll recall where we needed to spend $205,000 to clean up Healy Park last year, so that was a one-time thing. And for fiscal year 27, there's an increase in individual program services budgeted here. Communications is down $12,000 as it is across most departments. And departmental supplies are down $21,000, and that's because last year there were a couple of program change requests for one-time things that were accomplished. So those monies are no longer needed for this year. Glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for the city manager? Council Kurtz.
Yes, thank you. Mr. City Manager, it's great to hear that the 4% revenue increase is likely due to participation. Do we have any more specifics about where increased participation is? I'd like to understand if we've made programmatic changes or schedule changes that have allowed for greater usage.
Ask Mr. Gill to come forward and
Great,
discuss
thank
that.
you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Most of the increase is youth sports.
Is youth sport?
Youth sports. The adults are there too, but the main piece is that still grows.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Did you, in your programming, add something or expand something that?
I did not. My staff did. I have my staff to do that, so thank you. No, it's just a good run program. More and more folks, I think, are not doing the tryout sports. I think people are doing local. Since COVID happened, it's kind of changed the dynamics of sports, and I think we're benefiting from that.
Great. Thank you.
Council Brown.
Yes, can you speak to the trash cans in parks? I know that I have heard that there's a push to do carry in, carry out. I'm wondering how many trash cans are in the parks, the staff that are used for emptying them.
Yep, good question. I think it was 2016. I think you were on RPAC at the time. We did a pilot program at 3 or 4 of the parks to do carry in, carry out. It was very successful. That was expanded the following year, or maybe 2019. So the only parks that currently have trash cans are Rollins, White Park, and Rolfe. All the other parks are posted carry in, carry out. It's going very well. It's reduced the amount of trash. We used to have 2 staff, 2 full-time staff. All they did on a Monday and on a Friday is go around and pick up trash, thousands of pounds of trash. The parks that are carry in, carry out is working very well.
Follow-up.
Do you have those numbers of how much staff time and the cost if we were to reintroduce trash cans into parks? That would be helpful.
I do not. I could probably do an analysis. It would be more staff, and it would probably be another vehicle, but we'd probably have to work on that.
Okay.
If that's something council wants, that's a lift. So if you want, please let us know and we'll put together. But it's a whole program. It'll be hiring additional staff, disposing of that trash and vehicles, and fuel and everything that goes with it.
Any other questions? Council Horn.
The programs are up, which is great, but it looks like the aquatics program are projected to be considerably down from 25 and what we're budgeting in 27. What happened there?
Most of that is related to non-resident pool passes, to be honest. First year we opened the splash pad, we had a phenomenal interest in non-resident pool passes. I think we had like 160, 170 sold. We were usually in the 50 or 60. Last year, the price of the non-resident pass was increased higher than what our packet recommended, and we saw a significant reduction. The feedback we got from people coming in, it was just too much money. So we're anticipating that to carry on to this year too.
Follow-up.
So would you have recommendation to lower it back down to increase the turnout, or would the return on that investment not be so great because you have so many more people in the pools to?
I think we had a similar basic conversation when we did the fees and charges at the last city council meeting. What is that sweet spot regarding making sure the non-residents pay something more than the residents who are supporting it through taxes and bonds and everything else. And I think the pool pass, we exceeded what the non-residents would pay. I think I think city council increased it by $35 a pass. I think RPAC was recommending like a $5 increase. So I think it's that managing that sweet spot on non-resident fees. You know, brochure is already out for this summer, so we'll have a good representation for this summer. I think the one good thing as you look into FY27, if things are good and that adjustment is good this year versus not last year, we'll see the benefit at the end of next year because we get that pool revenue mainly in June with the season pool passes for non-residents. So we may be able to report something different next year.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A year ago, we talked about the cost of pools and how much it is, and the possible consideration of shutting one down. What would be, without picking one, because it might be someone's favorite, I don't know, whatever the debate would be, if we were to choose to close one, what would be the potential cost savings if we were to bite the bullet and decide to close one, should we choose to do so?
We can get that for the next meeting. It would be obviously the lifeguard cost, but there's also the cost that general services does. They do the maintenance, so it would be chemicals and water. It wouldn't be any staff reductions, I don't think, on the general services staff because their staff kind of circles and take care of all 7 outdoor facilities. I would have to look at the...
Okay, understandable, thank you.
As a follow-up to Councilor Schultz's question, are there any mothballing costs?
Well, I think that would be, is it a one-time or a 2-year period? So we're anticipating if the economy gets better, we reopen it. I think that's what, you can't leave the pool, you know, dormant for years. But I think if you're going to close a pool and then you're going to fill the pool in, that's probably several $100,000. But we can get a little more of a concept to you guys if you need that.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, crazy question. I'm not saying I'm suggesting this. What if could we also look into the possibility if we decided to sell one of the pools, what that would be as a potential revenue source? Again, I'm not saying that I want to do that.
Well,
Since we're looking into the possible costs anyways, might as well go the extra mile, I guess.
The one benefit of the city over the years is getting grant funds from Land and Water Conservation. We've been very good at getting millions of dollars. All the pools are associated with Land and Water Conservation, so we could not sell them. We could close them, fill them in, and make them another recreation amenity, open space, but we could not sell them to a group.
Interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gill, the pools are open a couple of weeks in June, throughout the entire month of July, and a couple of months in August. Does rain have any impact on people swimming?
Day by day, yes.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
If I recall, last year was a quite rainy July, and that could also be the reason why we had a loss of revenue in residential pool passes, true? Yes?
I don't remember the weather, but if that's correct, yes, I thought the weather, May was terrible. I don't remember summer. So yes, if the weather does play a
May
huge...
is still terrible.
Weather does play a huge role in outdoor pool season. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, just looking at the budget detail on page 634, passive recreation, what is that?
Passive recreation is non-athletic fields. So there's, I mean, if you look at Rollins Park, it's probably 2/3 is not athletic related. There's walking paths, there's playground, there's the natural playground. The same thing at White Park. The vast majority of the park is not. So if we need anything in those areas, that's what passive recreation is.
Follow-up?
Does that cover all, is it 300 acres of parks?
I believe it's 346.
Is that $7,000 for yes? Is that $7,000 for passive recreation for all of those 300 plus acres?
I'm just going to look at the expenses.
What page are we on?
634.
Passive recreation, the budget would be all, I think, but I need to look up the detail. page was the number?
634.
Where am I seeing passive recreation? Maybe I'm missing it.
I don't see it. It's under line item 54200.
55,300,
No, I have
grounds and
54200.
horticultural total.
Oh, right, you're right.
Yes, ground and horticulture, that is all the parks. Yes.
Fantastic.
Yep, sorry.
Okay. Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Just below that, it talks about playground cover, safety material is wood chips. Are those treated wood chips?
Playground certification is not treated. They have to be a certain standard. There is, I think, 2 vendors in the state of New Hampshire that has it, so it is a special wood chips. It's not like a wood chips you buy from a landscape.
Okay.
Any other questions? Council Sekou?
It's not related to the budget, but it's more related to community, because you just said that the 3 parks that has trash and the parks that don't have trash, it's working very well. Have you, anybody reach out to you complaining that why this park doesn't have trash?
The parks that do not have trash, I have
That's
not.
good.
I have not heard anything.
Because somebody reached out to me and asking about dogs, that when they walk their dogs, they have no place to put the dog stuff. And I think I asked that before here. And I want to know.
I think that the dog question is even larger than the trash question.
Yes.
There's, city clerk's going to correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 6,300 dogs registered in Concord. I think that's more than the kids in Concord. And having dog waste bags, trash bags, in all the public spaces would be an extremely heavy lift, probably harder than just having trash cans. Those bags are in their boxes. When it runs out, there's going to be expectation. Who's going to fill the bag? They're going to call. You know, if you look at White Park, there's 5 entrances. Do you have 5 different stations to pick it up? Same thing with Rollins. The SPCA handles the dog park, and they don't have dog bags or trash cans there for that reason. Trash bags with full of poop can be 50, 60, 80 pounds. So that's a heavy lift if you are interested in doing that across all the parks.
And when we looked at it in the past, there's an issue of sanitary issues and children. So what you're gonna end up having is those bags generally left around the trash barrels, and small children also being right at those trash barrels, and it's something we don't recommend.
Follow-up?
No, I just want to say thank you, because this answer some of the question that I could not answer to the person that reached out, and I think today at this meeting, people will know the why behind it. Not only it's expensive, but as Tom said, health related as well. Thank you.
Council Caleb?
Yes, just off of that, have any of our parks had dog waste stations at any point, like with the bags and the trash?
I believe the SPCA tried it for a short period of time at the dog park at Terrell Park, but that did not last very long just because of the running out of the bags and the sheer amount of weight. They had volunteers doing it, and they couldn't keep up with it.
Thank you.
Council Brown?
Yes, I know at the conservation area, there is a bag service for dogs. Who oversees that? Who provides that?
Are you talking about the one on East Concord?
Yes.
That would be the, what's the name of the organization?
Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests.
Okay, so
That
they
would be their property.
so they handle that, right?
Follow-up?
Yes. I have a question about bubblers, water fountains. How many of our parks have water fountains that are accessible if you are not in the pool area?
We added one at Keach Park last year.
Thank you.
Council was asked for that. We had funding for that. And then we have one at Memorial Field. We used to have one at Rollins. This is probably 25 plus years ago, Rolfe. They were vandalized. So we only have 2 parks that have it right now.
Follow-up?
Is the water fountain at Keach Park, is that inside the pool area?
It is not as a separate standalone inside the park.
Inside the park? Okay, great.
Any other questions?
Last one.
Okay.
Has there been a survey conducted? I know we just talked about how there's 6,300 dogs in Concord, so the recreational needs of our residents may have changed or may be different than they were 20 years ago. Has there been a survey done about residents' recreation preferences?
Not of late. I believe it might have been 2 or 3 years ago, I had put a PCR in to begin the master plan process for parks, where that was a partnership with UNH, and it was going to be very labor intensive, using their graduate students, going into parks, doing interviews and users and stuff. Rightly so, it wasn't funded because we were undertaking the larger master plan process. So I would hope during the larger master planning process, we're going to look at parks, we're going to look at the amenities. I think that's going to be a larger conversation going forward.
Follow-up?
Yes. What was the dollar amount for that? Do you recall?
I do not. I don't want to take a guess, so no.
Any other questions on parks and rec? Councilor Caleb.
Yes, I have one. I apologize for my lateness, and I also apologize if this question has been asked. I'm super impressed with the public outreach using social media and all of that and flyers and posters, etc., to inform the public. And I have one question about that. Do any of the resources used for that, like advertising or printing or anything, do any resources go towards translation of any parks materials, like program flyers or something like that?
I know the website is fully, you can go multiple languages. I believe the seasonal brochure in the PDF format can also be converted.
That's correct.
We don't do individual flyers, but anything that's online is available to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Cemeteries.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, so I have a question about cemeteries. I know that people pay money to have shrubs installed at monuments, plots. Are those shrubs removed by staff at all?
They can be, yes.
Follow-up?
In those cases, when families have paid perpetual care for those shrubs, are they then contacted and notified that shrubs have been removed?
My gut says yes, but I want to be able to confirm that. A lot of the times it is the older, not maintained areas, but I want to say yes, but I want to double check.
Thank you.
Set? Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. City Manager.
Next item you want to be is item number 7. That's Human Services, and you want to be on page 160. 160. Revenues budget to budget are flat, as you'd expect. Expenses budget to budget are up $35,000 or 3%. The main drivers are increases in wages and benefit increases. There's, again, reduced communications expense of $3,000, and special programs based on demand is flat for fiscal year 27. Glad to answer any questions.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering to what degree, after the winter shelter closed, what the level of traffic or contact that yielded for our staff after that.
Sure. Karen to come up.
Sorry, Karen.
Councilor Sekou.
Welcome, Ms. Amos Williams.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. So we usually don't see a high traffic or clients from that population, which is our most vulnerable population, to come in and apply. And I don't believe that we had any. I know there was going to be a referral to one of our offices, but we did not receive, or that person came in to apply.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much, Ms. Amos Williams. Last year, during the budget cycle, we talked quite a bit about the use of hoteling because there were not suitable alternatives for those that were medically frail. Any updates in terms of that area? that you
I
wanted to
can give
share?
you some numbers of that, of what we have seen. So far from July until the end of April, what we have had is 48 unduplicated cases of unhoused individuals. 41 of those households were unmet, meaning that there was not an alternative that we could find to send them to an appropriate shelter. Locally, I know that was a question that we asked last year. We had 2 families that we were able to place at the Friends program that composed of one family of 8 and another family of 4. We were able to refer to McKenna House at least 5 individuals, and we also made referrals to the winter shelter, and those were 6. And for the medically frail, we had 10 cases. So the medically frail, for those who do not know, is that we are unable to send them to a shelter because of their health issues, and because that then can compromise their health more by sending them to a congregate living. So that's what we were able to do. Even though we only had 48 unduplicated cases, it's really important for us to also understand the amount of interviews that takes us to be able to work with individuals, and that was 183 interviews that we had to do. And I know that there's always been discussion about other towns of who that was. So we did have individuals come to our community, not by another agency or another community sending them necessarily to us, but we did have some. This is every year that we have individuals that come into our community, whether it's because we have different resources or they have a connection to our community, maybe they lived here in the past. We also have seen those numbers. And I can, if you want to go right exactly what we did last year, I can.
Sure.
That would be wonderful. I'm
Sure.
very curious if there's any particular community that tends to be sending people to Concord in particular.
Right. So for Bow, we only had 1. Pembroke, we had a family and 1 individual. For Franklin, we only had 1. Manchester, we had 1 single person and a family. North Conway, we had 1, and then Lisbon had 3 adults in 1 household. From other states, we had 1 from Massachusetts, 1 from Florida, 1 person from Vermont, and a family also, and 1 from Pennsylvania.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate it. And your staff as well.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you. We're still monitoring legislation regarding memorandum of understandings from surrounding communities that do send someone to our community, that we would be able to reap some financial support. We're still following that, yes?
Yes, and there are several others that we're also following, but yes, we are.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, I noticed in the budget detail, professional services is primarily language bank. Can you explain what that is?
Oh, absolutely. So when a person doesn't speak our language, or it can also be if a person needs American Sign Language. So we are able to contact the language bank. We have a contract with them, and then we're able to call them, and they'll be able to come into our office if it's necessary to do American Sign Language. So we work with our IT department to set that up. And then when there's language, we can pick up the phone and we can be able to dial the language or the dialect that the person is speaking and be able to communicate.
Follow?
How often have you had to do that? Have you had to use language bank?
We just did it this morning
Oh.
with American Sign Language. So we use it often.
Wow, that's
Yes.
wonderful.
Follow?
Is it available 24/7, or is it just?
As long as we are our regular business hours. So that's
Wow.
what we do when a person comes in. I think it's important if a person cannot understand the language that we communicate that in their language. So that way, because they are completing legal paperwork,
Yep.
we want everybody to understand what we're doing during our interviews.
Follow up?
Yes, I'd like to ask the city manager, do we use language bank? I know, is this language bank just for human services? Do we use language bank in other departments?
Karen modeled it for all the other departments, so it's available to all departments.
Follow up?
It's available for all departments. Each department would need to pay $1,400, or this $1,400 is available to the entire city of Concord staff?
There's money in the budget for all departments.
Follow up?
Yes, so this $1,400 is just for the human services. If another department wants to use it, then it would be an additional fee. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
That I'm aware of now.
So for our department, we have ours, right? So that's allocated money in our budget for our clients. Now we have also partnered with the police department. If somebody needs it and I already
Okay.
have it set up, please use my account because I want to make sure the service is provided. So we
Great
have been
deal.
able to do that.
She works very closely with all the departments.
Fantastic. Fantastic. No, thank you. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I'll just mention that I've sat in on police conversations with individuals for whom, who are not conversant in English, and Language Bank was used. It's very effective.
That's great.
Any other questions on human services? Council Caleb.
Okay. Thank you so much. For being here, Ms. Williams. Under the service indicators, number 6, where it says % of total aid budget in rental assistance, could you explain what that means, just so I understand? Yeah.
Sure. So out of our rental budget, we have the things that come out, which is rent, hotels, and now recently security deposits. Unfortunately, Concord does not have a community security deposit loan program. And we used to have that through HAP, but due to state budgets and cutting of those funds, then we have had to make a decision of if we can help an individual household to move in to a household, let's do that because that's the right thing to do. So far for this year, we have helped over 23 households, and that has cost us about $23,000. But again, in every community, every person that we also assess, we make sure that they can sustain it because the sustainability is such an important process of this. So yes.
Absolutely.
Follow-up?
So the 97%, that would be 97 to rental assistance, and then the rest to like hoteling?
It's all included in that. I do have numbers of exactly what we have paid for, if you want me to look at the hotels or if you want me to look at the security deposits. I have all that information here today.
Follow-up.
Yeah, I was just curious about the breakdown of hoteling specifically, since we were just talking about that, how much goes towards that.
So for this fiscal year, again, until April 30th, we have helped in hotels $80,000 so far. And we are down from last year, $18,000 in that revenue, at least, in that expense. And then for security deposits, we've helped 25 households, and that's $27,000. And we're a little bit higher than last year by $1,800. And then for rental assistance alone, we have helped, well, this is a count of 225 vouchers, which could be a little bit different because there's some duplicated numbers in there. We have helped over $210,000 in rental assistance alone, and we are higher than last year by $26,000.
Follow-up?
Oh, no, sorry, I was just pointing.
Councilor Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assuming the governor signs it, there was the bill that passed both chambers today that will double the amount in, I can't believe I'm blanking.
Security deposit,
Thank
yes.
you, security deposits.
Yes.
So we might, I don't think every landlord will do that, but we might want to consider raising that amount, unfortunately. I assume we'll need to.
If I may answer
Yes, go ahead,
that. So
please.
that is House Bill 1336, and it's called, they're not calling it a secondary security deposit, is more like a conditional security deposit. So in there, the New Hampshire Local Welfare Association, which I sit on as a part of the board, we went there, and it's not for the municipalities to be responsible for that second security deposit, but the reality is it's going to impact our individuals because where they're going to go if they don't have it for the first. Now it's another barrier for them to be able to get housing. So that is really something that we are really concerned about.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilor Grady Sexton?
I'm fine if Councilor Davey wants to.
All right, Councilor Davey?
Did you say 26 or 2,600 or 26,000 increase in the rental assistance?
Rental, let's see. For the rental assistance, yes, higher than last year. So we are higher by $26,000, higher this year than where we were last year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Grady Sexton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if if your office has any needs from the community. Are there any donations that would be helpful for your
Welcome
pantry?
everything. Yes, I think that one of the things is that this community is very giving, and we take anything you would like to give us. The only thing I do ask is that no expired food, please, because I'm really particular about that. I think that on people I need, it shouldn't be expired food. So that is my one caveat. We are open to any donation.
Yeah, cards helpful?
Yes.
Diapers, things like that, like
Yes.
higher rent?
Yes, any of those things would be very, very helpful for us.
Thank you.
Councilor Second.
Thank you for speaking on 1336. I think you said you sit on that. And did you guys, the welfare division, did you guys support it? I know there's a lot of amendment that helped because there was other people that did oppose it.
Yes, so as the Association for the New Hampshire Local Welfare Department,
Thought that
they
much.
wanted to take a stand of opposing, right? So that was the initial. When, as it continued to progress, it was really becoming clear that it was better to just try to be part of the conversation instead of not. And unfortunately, this is where we're at today, even with opposition and changing a little bit because we were part of it, of that discussion. Here we are, that is still on a pass and is now in front of the governor for signing. But we do know that this is going to be problematic. And we did oppose a 1336 and be able to say this is not going to be good for our community. And then the conversation became of if it's going to pass, then that second should not be coming to local welfare for responsibility for that.
Follow-up?
This is a different question. It's just another question. So you, and thank you, Amanda. I think that was a great question. Do you partner also with organizations like the BIPOC community or the Black Lives Matters? But they're looking to have some sort of closet, they call it, I think, in different places so that they can bring all those things that you need to the community at large. So as a municipality, do we, if they need to bring them, can we take them or not?
I have not partnered with them, but I would love to. Any opportunity I have to partner with anyone that we can bring these services back into our community, 100%, absolutely. So I will look for any opportunity that we have in order for you to do that.
Thank
There are things that I won't accept, right? I don't want to take items that I think is going to sit on the shelf because there's other community members or organizations that can do, that can really use that service. So if it's something I can't utilize, I won't take, but I can call my community partner and say, can you take this? And would it be beneficial?
Follow-up?
Thank you for all you do.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you, and we'll talk soon.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Caleb.
Yes, there was another bill mentioned here, House Bill 1598, related to eviction for evictions. Could you speak to that for a minute, where it's at right now?
I don't think that it went very far with that. The eviction process was another one that we were really concerned about, which meant that if you had a lease, but you was convicted for a crime during that time, those are grounds for evictions. And that is something that we were very particularly concerned about because, again, it's our populations and vulnerable population, anybody who can be impacted by that. So that was something that we also monitored very closely.
Follow-up?
So there's a lot. It's hard to pay attention to everything coming out of the House.
Yes.
But there's a lot that I know I've seen with sort of the eviction process becoming easier. And I see there was a number on here of projected, so under the service indicators, the homeless and homeless at risk served being projected for 250 individuals next year, 310 in 2024, 227 in 2025. And I'm just wondering if you're thinking at all or concerned at all about that number potentially increasing.
Yes, every time. Every day I'm very concerned about that. So last year, again, from July to now, we have had 195 cases of homeless or at risk of homelessness compared to last year, 187 during that same time period. We also track our rental assistance and what we provide for rental assistance. And some of this at risk comes because out of 223 rental cases that we saw, 86 were under eviction and another 86 households owed back rent. So when you owe back rent, you're putting yourself in a place that you could be at potential risk of eviction. So yes, and given where the housing costs, and unfortunately, I think you have to make about $28 an hour in order to afford a 2-bedroom in New Hampshire. So that is another concern that we are absolutely looking at.
Follow-up?
One last question.
It's okay.
And mostly just for the public's clarity. You operate under RSA 165(1). I'm just wondering if you could provide brief overview of what that is and what your requirement is to the community.
Sure. Under RSA 165, we are mandated by law to assist any poor person who is unable to sustain themselves, regardless of residency. So therefore, if a person comes into our office, we have to be able to provide the service, look at what the need is, and then make a determination. We can make a determination immediately if we have to see the person on the same day, or it could be scheduling an appointment. I will schedule an appointment if you need rental assistance, so we can be able to bring them back with all the necessary requirements. If you are unhoused, I'm going to have to see you tonight or today if you don't have a place to go. So those are the things that we see. If your utility is completely disconnected, that's a person that we are actually going to see immediately. If you need prescriptions tonight, that's exactly what we're going to do as well. So we have a lot of walk-ins, and it all depends on the day.
Thank you so much for your dedication to this work.
Thank you. My staff is great.
Councilor Horn.
Just to follow up to that, New Hampshire is unique, I think, at least to me, in that the state doesn't have a human services department, correct? The municipalities in New Hampshire.
So there's a difference. So state welfare, we get confused a lot between state welfare and local welfare. So state welfare does your food stamp, your long-term programs. So they do food stamps, cash assistance, medical. Local welfare does like your rental, like more immediate, right? So we do rental assistance, utility, prescriptions, indigent burial. So those are the things that we do. So we do different things at the same time. But with the state, you can be able to get cash and have a redetermination within 6 months, where for local welfare, we make determinations by appointment, because anything can change at that moment in time. And New Hampshire is very unique because we're the only ones that really have it separated from the state. In other states, they have it connected with DHS.
Thank you.
Let me, I'm not going to ask you a question, but I just want to make a mention. I had the opportunity, as you know, a week or two ago to visit your office. I just want to congratulate you on the demeanor and the dedication of your staff, as small as it is, and the great work that you do as the front line of defense against homelessness and being there for people who are, I know quite often, under multiple degrees of stress and distress. So thank you so much, and your staff, for all the great work you do for the city of Concord.
We appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilor Foote.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last year, I agree with everything he just said. You do a great job for the city itself. Last year, you shared that you had folks that were coming from as far away, I think, as New Mexico, North Dakota. Can you share some of the areas where we're seeing folks come from?
Councilor, you missed it. She went through that at the very top.
All right, I'll watch it on TV when I get it.
I have it here. We can talk offline. I do have all that information right here.
Apparently, my question was relevant.
It was highly relevant.
I try to come prepared this year, yes,
Excellent.
with that.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, glad to turn it over to Tim Thompson to handle the tax increment financing. The capital budget, I suggest you take a 1.5 minute break. And
Okay,
he's
hang
got
on.
everything
Councilor
ready to go.
Todd has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. Just again, just to kind of recap things that we discussed here tonight. So we had actually only 5 items that I saw that were programmed for additional expense out of all of the departments that we talked about tonight. And so if you combine all the departments we discussed here and then what was also reviewed last Monday night, if we fund all the requests as recommended, we're up to about a net of $25,930. So again, but that's just using the Parks and Rec total, not referring to the general fund total for Parks and Rec. So that's a net. And what that means is no added expense to the budget and no tax increase impact from all these items that we've been discussing here tonight. So I view this as a testament to the city manager's talent. No new spending in these areas does not seem to be out of control. And it's increases in costs and our wage obligations that are the main drivers of the added expenses, as we have discussed on these last couple of sessions. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. We all set? Mr. City Manager, we'll take a 2-minute break. 2-minute break. This meeting of the Finance Committee back into order.
Jenny?
Maybe get close to the microphone.
Just start talking, Tim.
I'm patient. It's 2 nights in a row, so I can take it.
All right.
Sorry, was it?
Right. Committee will be in order. Mr. Thompson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's my distinct pleasure to be here for, I think, my third presentation of the tax increment finance districts in the capital improvement program for the budget this year for fiscal 27. We will start with the tax increment finance districts, which you will start on page 206. As most of you are aware, the city has 3 tax increment finance districts. Those are the North End Opportunity, the Sears Block, and Pennacook Village districts. Combined, that encompasses about 333 acres. By law, we're allowed to have up to 4,000 acres of TIF districts within the city. Over the course of time since these districts have been adopted, we have created a combined $130,748,630 in new assessed value. In fiscal 27, these 3 districts are going to release about $56 million of value, which is 43% of the total within the districts, and generate about $1.67 million in property taxes combined for the city's general fund, school districts, the county, and the state. A few new things or updated items I wanted to point out regarding the TIF districts this year. As we are aware of the situation where we want to try to utilize the TIF districts in the most efficient way possible, we've recalibrated the TIF administrative fee to the general fund based on the updated assessed value of each district. That was out of date, so the districts that actually had more value in them were not paying or transferring funds to the general fund in the amount that was proportional to the value within the district. So we've made that update. We've also updated a public safety support transfer to the general fund from each of the districts. Other things specific to individual districts, we have new revenue coming in from the Concord Coach Lines lease that the council adopted back in June. As you may be aware, they successfully did a temporary parking lot on the gravel surface during the April vacation week. We continue to work with Concord Coach to get that project to completion. We have the lease, so the lease agreement, the revenues come into the Northeast Opportunity Corridor TIF district, and then they are immediately transferred back to the general fund, so that money is going to the general fund. We've also added some downtown services support for the TIF district transfer to the general fund for the Pennacook Village TIF district to try to reflect the services, particularly now that we have the Canal Street Riverfront Park and the improvements that have been made in the Pennacook Village. The total transfers from all 3 of the districts this year is about $943,000, which combined is up from $608,000, so we've increased the transfers to the general fund by a little more than $330,000 year to year. Starting with the Northeast Opportunity District, which you will see on pages 208 and 209 in your books. This was enacted in 1998. It's projected to sunset in fiscal 35 when the former Soonest property bonds expire. The primary projects that are remaining for this particular district are CIP 18, which is the Store Street North project, and the Merrimack River Greenway Trail, which may use some TIF district funding to support the portion of the trail that's located within the district. It's subject to other variables, future infrastructure growth, or increased net value, but this is the oldest of our districts and probably the one that we're seeing the most change over the next few years. Our current captured assessed value within this district is a little more than $50 million. We've been releasing value to the general fund for 21 years. In fiscal 19, since fiscal 19, we've been releasing 66% of the assessed value within the district to the general fund. For this year in fiscal 27, that's a little more than $33 million or almost $1 million in tax revenue. Again, that's supporting not only the city, but also the school district, the county, and the state. Revenues are up about $49,000 from last year. Expenditures are also up about $92,000 year over year. Our expected net operating income for the district is about $270,000.
Our current projected fund balance at the end of the year is about $3.6 million, projected to be about 3.9. That fund balance is, again, intended to support CIP 19, which is Store Street North, the Merrimack River Greenway Trail. Questions on Northeast Opportunity before I move on to the Sears block?
Questions on the North End Opportunity Corridor?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
Yes, I noticed you talk about expenditures, and is that primarily maintaining the area of Neoctif? Is that correct?
Yes, the expenditures that are utilized from the Neoctif district support, mowing, other operational costs that for the property that the city owns within the district, as well as the release of the funds back to the debt service and other items.
Follow-up?
Yes. Do we have to do that? Is that something that is it by law we have
Part of the
to?
district financing plan that was adopted by the city council when the district was established. We are working with our legislative partners on legislation that has passed both houses that would make the TIF advisory boards optional in communities. And I think that gives the city an opportunity to look at the future of these districts in more detail, with the city council being the driving force, rather than having to reconvene the TIF advisory boards that we haven't met in years.
Yes. So I know you said that you've recently changed to include public safety support. Was that something that was decided upon by the TIF committees?
Those were decisions that administration had provided guidance on when we were developing the budget for each of the districts, to try to find ways to transfer more money back to the general fund to provide tax relief.
Let's hold that for a second. Any other questions over here? No? Okay, Council.
Yes, just in line with that, does that mean that public safety will be exclusive to the area of the TIF?
It would support operations by our fire and police personnel that do work within the boundaries of the district, yes.
Follow-up?
Could that support also be lent elsewhere in the city?
I don't believe so, but that would be a question I would have the finance folks
Okay, thank you.
discuss.
Any other questions on the North End Opportunity Corridor TIF district?
I just have a quick one. So we mentioned maintenance of city-owned parcels. So when that was built, is the maintenance for, say, the expanded sidewalks and any extra lanes, that all gets pulled out and
Yep,
is put-
downtown services that are located within that district are supported by TIF funds, yes.
Right, so.
Right. Just like to move on.
Let's move on to the Sears Block District. This would be on pages 210 and 211 in your book. Enacted in 2003, projected to sunset in fiscal 41. Current captured assessed value within this district is north of $53 million. We've only been releasing assessed value since fiscal 25, so 2 years. In fiscal 25, we began releasing 20% of the new assessed value. That is scheduled to be increased this year to 30%. The assessed values released will equal about $17.3 million, or equal a little more than $500,000 in tax revenues for the city, schools, county, and state. Revenues are down slightly, primarily because we're increasing the release to the general fund. Our expenditures are actually down slightly, about $21,000 year over year. Transfers to the general fund are up about up a little more than $100,000, again, to the new transfers for public safety and the TIF administrative fees. The transfers to the parking fund have been eliminated because the bond support for the parking fund has been completed, and it was finished in the fiscal 26 budget. Also, what does happen is new to this moving forward is the fiscal 27 begins repayment of previous monies that were used from the Economic Development Reserve. Back in between 2000 and 2006, about $2.85 million of Economic Development Reserve was used in the TIF. So we are now paying back that with interest at a payment of about $367,000 transfer back to the Economic Development Reserve to replenish those funds that were borrowed for TIF purposes. Net operating income is a little over, just under $5,000, down again because of the increased release to the general fund, and our fund balance is largely going to be the same, with that difference being about $5,000. Questions on Sears?
Questions, Councilor Brown?
Yes, regarding repaying the Economic Development Reserve account, does that money have to go back to the Economic Development Reserve, or could that go to the general fund?
Welcome, Mr. Walsh.
Good evening. So the repayment to the Economic Development Reserve is actually governed by the Development Program and Financing Plan for the TIF district. All three districts have that plan. It's required by state statute, which is RSA 162K. And the way that we have managed our TIF districts going back decades is every time we typically use Economic Development Reserve funds at the beginning of kind of at the inception of a TIF district to help it get going before it actually generated cash flow. So in fact, all three districts had, the three active districts that we have now did have Economic Development Reserve funds in them. The North End Opportunity Corridor repaid all of its funds. The Pennacook Village district's been paying funds for a few years now. And Sears is just beginning because financially it couldn't do that. So, you know, our responsibility is to abide by what the Development Program and Financing Plan calls for. The funds are going back to the Economic Development Reserve. The Economic Development Reserve does have certain parameters on what those funds could be used for. However, we talked about tonight that there's a $90,000 transfer that happens to go to the Community Development Department budget out of the Economic Development Reserve. And that supports the salaries and benefits and paper clips and pencils that the staff uses for economic development activities. So, you know, I think the fact that it goes back to the Economic Development Reserve, the council still has a number of options on how it could use those dollars if it wanted to help potentially with tax rate relief or other future economic development projects that might create new assessed value that may generate future tax rate relief.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it true that without use of these reserve monies in the beginning, many of these projects simply wouldn't be done because economically they wouldn't be feasible?
I think that's a fair statement. I mean, just to give you a rundown here, the North End Opportunity Corridor TIF district that we just talked about originally had about $850,000 of Economic Development Reserve funds. All those were repaid. The Sears block, as we were talking about now, has $2.85 million that was invested. That was largely associated with getting the Store Street parking garage project built 20 years ago. It was an important funding source back then. The Pennacook Village TIF district has had about $1.7 million of Economic Development Reserve, largely associated with the former Allied Leather Tannery project, and without those dollars, that project wouldn't have been possible. Without that investment by the Economic Development Reserve, I don't think the TIFs would have been financially viable early on, and you wouldn't have the benefit of the $130 million of assessed value that the three districts have created combined, nor would you have the $56 million of value in the $1.67 million of tax revenue that we're releasing that's helping support the tax rate now, as well as the Concord School District, Merrimack Valley School District, County, and State. So the EDR has been a really important economic development tool and has really created some dividends for the community.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Your Honor, here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Can you please explain, because you said if the council decided to pull some to support tax decrease for taxpayers, is there a percentage, is there a limit based on the RS that you just read, or there's none?
I'm not familiar with a specific limit on how much the council could withdraw from the Economic Development Reserve. I would defer to Mr. LeBrun, but I'm not aware of one.
Okay.
Councilor Keach?
And just as a follow-up, if we didn't have that reserve money, each of these projects would be bonded that much higher, and that would affect the tax rate. Is that fair?
I think what would have happened is instead of using the Economic Development Reserve, you would have used general obligation bonds funded by the general fund to make those initial investments in the TIF districts, and that would have raised taxes. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Councilor Caleb?
Yeah. Quick one. So we have these three TIF districts. Are we thinking about creating another at any point in the future soon? That's a vague one, I'm sorry.
I'm going to throw it back to you and say if the council feels should a project, or put it this way, if the council felt that they wanted to incentivize development in a particular area of the community, and if the council felt that the private sector would be unable to make the investments in infrastructure that are necessary, that it wouldn't be economically viable for the private sector to do that, then tax increment financing is definitely a tool that the council could choose to deploy if it so wanted to try to support or incentivize development in said area of the city. So
Okay, I
we'll leave it to you.
yeah,
If you give us a priority and say, hey, city administration, we want you to facilitate or development in a certain area, whether it's greenfield or redevelopment, we would look at this particular option as well as others. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
As a point of information, Mr. Walsh, there are some limitations set by statute relative to.
Yeah, it's you're right, Your Honor, it's related to assessed value and acreage, which Mr. Thompson talked about acreage earlier. We're also well under the assessed value threshold in the statute. Yep.
Okay. Councilor Schultz.
That raised a question I had. So, I know we love hypotheticals, right? I don't, but I'll ask one anyways. Following up on her point, if we decided to pursue, say, building housing in a certain area through a public-private partnership between the city and someone, are there restrictions that we could place on the projects that would go in there? For example, say we wanted to make sure that this opportunity was available to a certain set of developers, but say not Brady Sullivan, just for fun. Is that something, are there restrictions like that you have to
Don't
follow?
know that you'd be able to specifically exclude any particular developer.
I didn't think so.
Per se.
I was just curious.
In general, what TIF is used for is public infrastructure within the districts. The private portion of the projects are not eligible to be funded through the TIF districts themselves.
Perfect, thank you.
So just for the folks at home, Mr. Thompson, public infrastructure would be, water, sewer, streets.
Yes.
Roads.
Sidewalks, parking. We have occasionally used to buy property for the purposes of redevelopment. Yes. So the Allied Leather Tannery is an example of that. The 32 South Main Street in downtown Concord is an example of that. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the Sears Block TIF district? Councilor Caleb.
Yes, just one question, going off of what you said, Mr. Walsh. Did Mr. Thompson, did you say that in the NEOC TIF there is a parcel of land that is owned by the city?
Yes, the parcel that Concord Coach is currently building their parking lot on is a city-owned parcel.
All right, thank you. Understood.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walsh, I think, unless you want to stay with us, which you're...
I'll stay here in case I'm needed.
You're welcome.
At least until we get to Capitol.
It's Tim's show.
We miss seeing your smiling face. Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
All right, moving on to the Pennacook Village District. This is on pages 212 and 213 in your book. Enacted in 2010 and amended and expanded in 2021, again to support CIP 30, which is the Hoyt-Whitney intersection project associated with the Merchants Way private development, public-private partnership, as well as Mr. Walsh has mentioned several times, the Canal Street Riverfront Park at the Allied Leather Tannery site. Right now, we're projecting to sunset this in 2042, again, subject to the variables that all of our districts have in terms of growth and value. Visually, these are those two projects based on aerial photos that are fairly recent. The CIP 30 is the roundabout on Route 4 and Whitney Road, as well as the one at Interchange Drive, Merchants Way. And then one of my favorite new public facilities in the city, this Canal Street Riverfront Park, which our colleague Beth Fenstermarker did a phenomenal job with. Fiscal 27, our captured assessed value is a little north of $26 million, up from 23.5 in fiscal 26. We've been releasing assessed value in this district for 4 years. In fiscal 23, we began releasing 10%, which was increased to 15% in 24. For fiscal 27, we're increasing that release to 20%. Our tax revenue, our assessed value to be released is a little north of $5.25 million, which is calculated out to be $164,714 in tax revenue. Again, for the city, schools, in this case, the Merrimack Valley School District, the county, and the state. Revenues are down in this district primarily because in the fiscal 26 budget, we included a transfer of over $305,000 of transportation impact fees for debt service on CIP 30. So we utilized those funds, which was an influx of revenue into the district, which went out for debt payment. So that's the primary driver why revenues are down significantly from last year to this. Our expenditures are up again from last year, primarily due to the changes we've made to the TIF administration fee, the public service fee, and in this case, the downtown services transfer as well. Our net operating income is going to be a negative $186,000, again, largely because of those changes I just described. Our fund balance at the end of the year is projected to be slightly down to a little over $1 million, down from 1.2 in fiscal 26. Questions on Pennacook?
Well, who else to go to? But
I was going to say,
Councilor
if
Todd.
I don't have anything from my left, I'll be disappointed.
All right, well, I don't want to disappoint anybody. Thank you, and I just want to thank both of you very much for all of your work on my request for information, or the so-called yellow sheet. Very helpful in getting some answers to the public also who had some questions about this. So noting, Mr. Thompson, you said I think this is the first year in recent memory that I can recall that we're going to be expecting a negative operating income balance. But as you're saying, that and the continued development and revenues associated with Merchants Way, I think has led us to the ability to release the captured amount from 15% to
Right.
to 20%.
We're banking on knowing the projects that are currently under construction, that obviously April 1st has already come and gone, the values are already set. We understand there's additional value coming, so we're comfortable that knowing that this negative operating income may actually not be when we actually see where we are at the end of the year. But we do foresee continued growth in assessed value within the district. So we are comfortable with the increase in the release up to the 20% this year.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and of course, I am one of the people who very much appreciates the conservative viewpoint that is often taken on these. So I would say, though, that, so Mr. Thompson, in your opinion, though, the projected year-end fund balance, though, you still feel that that leaves a healthy enough balance that we shouldn't have any real concern with releasing
100%.
20%? Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilor Caleb.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because the question I had written down that I think was sort of answered just now, the release percentage, when you say that is increasing for this TIF and I think another one,
Yes.
So that percentage is a choice rather than like some sort of schedule we're
Correct.
following?
It's based on advice from the finance department in terms of where things look. The assessing department is also a key component in how we determine these things because they're the ones providing us with the updated assessed values. It's important to understand that it's not simply what the value is that the assessor puts on a property in a TIF district. We have to start with what the value of that property was when the district was established, because it's only that increment from that base that gets calculated in terms of how the district operates.
Follow up, Your Honor. Yeah, just to build on what Mr. Thompson said, the district is responsible for financing its own operating and maintenance costs and debt service costs. So it's really a matter of, is the district covering its expenses? Does it have enough of a fund balance that we can start releasing money out of the district to support the city general fund, the school districts, the county, and the state? So it's basically what can the district afford to do and still cover its expenses and maintain enough fund balance in the event that there's a severe downshift in assessed value, which would affect the ability to generate revenue and cover those expenses. So that's really what it's about. But we've been trying, one of the reasons you create tax increment finance districts in order to create new assessed value is ultimately designed to help support the city's tax rate. So we've been trying to become more aggressive about releasing value in those tax dollars out to do that, which is why the Sears block is going to go up another 10% this year, which is a major accomplishment. and why Pennacook is going to go up another 5% this year, but it's also another accomplishment because normally we don't usually release value that early in a TIF district. It's usually they're a little more mature, so we're excited that we've been able to do what we've been able to do, which helps the taxpayers.
In Sears Block in particular, the advent of the 32 South Main Street apartment project, that injected a significant bump that really facilitated the ability to do the releases a couple of years ago.
And the sunsetting of the original 20-year debt service for the parking garage.
That helps as well.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Caleb. That was a great question, and I was thinking about that just because it is a choice, and I'm wondering, is there any statutory requirements other than being able to maintain the fund? We could increase it. Was that a conservative increase?
There's actually no statutory requirement to release any value out. We're choosing to do that because it's the fiscally prudent thing to do for the general fund, and the TIF districts can afford it. So it is a choice. We're trying to release as much as we think is prudent to do so without risking the financial solvency of the district, because if the financial solvency, if the district becomes insolvent, the general fund will have to support the TIF district. We've never had to do that with any of our districts since 1979 when we started doing TIF, and we don't want to start doing that now.
For example, in Pennacook, the primary drivers are debt service for the capital projects and the operational costs for the Canal Street Park.
Thank you, Your Honor. So when we add the total up of the amount of money we're releasing to the general fund, based on every 1% in spending, it equals $569,580. Could you inform us of what the tax increase would be on the city side if we weren't releasing that money?
Well, the release total between the three districts is $1,671,683.
Of which, that goes to all the taxing authorities. So the city's share of that, and I'm riffing here, and Mr. LeBrun will jump in and stop me, but approximately a third of that revenue comes to the city. So that's round numbers of $500,000, a little bit more than that, and my memory serves, I think it's around $550,000 is 1% on your tax rate. So
569.
there you go.
69,
Thank you.
569,580.
Rounded up,
So
569.6.
basically what they're doing is they're releasing this money to suppress the tax increases that we may have realized.
That is
the
correct.
short answer?
That is
Thank you
correct.
very
That's the
much.
goal.
That's fair to say.
Councilor Horn.
How will the revaluation affect the TIF districts?
Good question. So we don't know what, we have indications of what the revaluation will do based on the reports that you've gotten from the city assessor over the last few months. We're gonna have to wait to see what those values are, and in turn what the tax rate is and where everything goes from there. I think that districts, one of the reasons why we've been trying to maintain a pretty healthy fund balance in all of them is to, if there is any shift that might affect revenue generation, that there's a buffer there with fund balance. But we'll wait to see. I think it's going to be some time after this summer that information will come out.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for a point of clarity for the public and maybe for myself as well, when we're releasing money out of the TIF districts, we don't have a choice. We have to split it with the other taxing agencies.
Yes.
We do not get to keep money for ourselves.
That is correct.
And to follow up with what Councilor Foote was alluding to, we are also helping reduce the tax rate to the school districts as well, because we're releasing this money and we are making it public now, which is after they were setting their tax rate, correct?
Correct.
That's correct. We're helping
I'm going to
everybody.
recognize Mr. LeBrun.
Oh, he might question me.
I just want to clarify that you said releasing
Mr. LeBrun, come on up.
And I want to clarify that it's releasing value.
Thank you.
So it's the value that's released that is the important component that is shared between the city, the school, the state. And when dollars that are released, like what's going, happening here towards the administrative costs and the public safety costs, those are dollars, whereas the other part is the value. So it's the release of the value that's used in the calculation of the tax rate. That's the important part for the release.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thank you. But we are helping to offset the tax rate.
Absolutely. It helps to offset the tax rate. And when you release that value, it's like real growth in the community, right? So we didn't add any real growth in our budget projections this year, but there's still that real growth that's in there that's going to get calculated through when the tax rate is set. But there's so many moving parts in it this year that we didn't add anything in as real growth. But the released value, that extra 5%, will be part of that real growth number. So that's like new money coming in for everybody.
Thank you so much.
Councilor Horn.
Sorry, going back to my question. So unfortunately, if the reassessment, the values went down and we're choosing to release like the 20%, there is a chance that those numbers could go down next year. You might only be able to release 10% or.
Can I jump in here for just a moment? I think what you're probably going to end up seeing, there's still a lot of value that isn't captured in the Pennacook TIF for April 1st this year. So there's a lot of new construction that's going on. So there's going to be some shifting in value. I don't know what that shifting is going to be, and we'll find that out later in the summer. So when you see that shift in value, all the values are probably going to go up, and then the tax rate's going to drop accordingly because we're going to raise the same amount in taxes. But then we're also going to have that new value that's going to come on. So you have that change in shift, you have the new value coming on, and then the change in the tax rate. So it's hard for me to say exactly what those dollars are going to be, but my guess is that it's probably going to average out in there someplace. It'll be up a little bit, down a little bit, but I'd be surprised if it's going to be a substantial change because we have a lot of new value coming in. If you look at the New York TIF, that one might go down a little bit, and there might be a little less revenue there because there's not a lot of new value coming in that TIF.
I'm going to recognize Mr. Spell.
Councilor Horn have more?
No.
She was pointing at you.
Okay, I was going to, that was a very insightful question, because when we looked at, I'm going to throw two complicating pieces in here, is that, so when we looked at these changes, these ups and downs, you're correct. Next year, we could go from 20 to 15 to 10 to 5 to nothing. But that's why we look at it every single year and bring you a recommendation. That number essentially comes from us looking at what we can do each and every year, recognizing the fact you're trying to use those dollars to keep the tax rates down. Another complicating factor is if there's something that comes along in any of the districts that you want to build upon. So let's say an opportunity comes that you see with a developer or a property and you want to participate in some way to incentivize that to happen, and you had the dollars in the fund balance, you could easily do that without floating another bond, without increasing anybody's taxes. But once the money's released, the money's released. So that's what we've been looking at. So when you do look at these things, so if you can picture these sites and see the real development potential that's still available in many of these sites, that's why you did these projects in the first place. Just be careful looking at that. Don't just look at this year, look at 5 years out and say whether or not this is something you really want to do, because you could put yourself in a box. And that's what we tried to do when we came up with these numbers. We're comfortable with these numbers based on everything we know today. But if you want to go further, be careful. That's all.
We try to look out several years in the future with modeling of these so that we're not putting the city in a position where we'd be in trouble.
Because again, everything comes back to the general fund. All the taxpayers, if any one of these doesn't make it, and that is not unusual in many communities. And in many communities, these don't make it. One of them will fall, and that all comes back to the general taxpayer, and it comes back to collecting taxes from, Joe Smith, who lives on Hoyt Road, has to pay for something that has nothing to do with him, and he'll never see a benefit from. But that's the way it works.
No bad juju.
That's right.
Okay. Councilor Todd.
Thank you. Just want to thank the city manager for that last piece of information, because I can specifically think of a property in the Pennacook Village TIF district that would absolutely fall under that circumstance, and we don't have control over when a development proposal would come forward. So we need to be prepared and ready to take advantage of it. Thank you.
Any other questions on the Southcook TIF District? No. Mr. Thompson?
With that, I am going to transfer and transition, thank you for the, transfer is on my mind after all those conversations, to the capital improvement program. Opening up with some data and some slides here. If you're looking at the total budget for this fiscal year, in fiscal 27, we have a total of 48 capital projects proposed. That includes a complete total of $25,148,344, net of $23 million, because parts of those projects are going to be things that would be asked for when they come to fruition and would require additional council review. As you can see, that is a significant drop in terms of our proposed capital expenditures from fiscal 26 to fiscal 27. Last year, we had estimated over $75 million of capital projects and $32 million of net. We are down to 25 and 23 this year. The impact to the general fund, again, last year was about 14.9. This year, we're a little over $10 million and $494,000 of capital transfer, which is cash in the budget. That, again, you can see the trends. We've been trending upward, and through the various discussions and machinations of the process over this past several months, we've tried to bring this back down to a different, more manageable number. This chart shows you all of the projects in all 10 years of the program as they were at the adoption of the budgets in the fiscal 22 through 26. We were well over and closing in on $600 million as of last year's capital improvement program. With the changes and edits and recommendations we've made this year, we've brought that 10-year total to just under $500 million. So we've cut almost $100 million of projects out of the project or move them out of the program so that they can come back at some point in the future when they're a little bit more financially feasible. How does that translate to this year in the 10 years of the overall program? Again, it's about $500 million total. Of that, the general fund makes up a little more than 38.5% of that. The sewer fund is about 15%. Parking is a little under 6%. Highway reserve a little over 6%. Water, 5%. The airport, golf, arena, solid waste are all less than 1% each. And then other, which includes capital closeout, which is dollars that were left over from previous capital projects, federal grants, state grants, tax increment finance funds, and trust funds makes up about a little less than 29% of the overall 10 years included in this proposed capital improvement program. With that summary, I'll move forward with the summary of those 48 projects that are proposed for fiscal 27, starting with airport, which you will find on pages 248 through 250. There are 4 projects this year, a little over $2.3 million proposed. The first would be CIP 75, general airport repairs. This is a $235,000 total cost. 96% of that would be through airport bonds. Again, that's a special revenue fund. That is not general fund. That is monies that are associated directly with the airport. And then a capital transfer, so a $10,000 part of that would come from the operating budget for the airport. This would be to scrape and paint Hangar 1, install ductless splits in Hangar 4, and then our ongoing maintenance to remove trees that are in the areas approaching the runways to meet FAA requirements. The second airport project is CIP 77, which is the SRE equipment and storage facility. This is a $770,000 project. Again, the total cost of this is federal 90%, state 5%, airport fund 5%. The way most capital projects work within the airport area is that the FAA and the federal government will cover 90% of costs if they're included in the state's capital project budget. We are a block grant state for airport funds from the FAA. We cannot directly request funds from the FAA. We work through the State Department of Transportation. So we get great bang for the local dollar through this program because 95% of the cost of these projects is either state or federal money. This would be to purchase a new snow blower, tow behind sweeper and sander, and again, other snow removal items. This is an asterisk project. When we get a project that has an asterisk in it in the CIP, it means that the expenditure on these are going to require additional city council action before we can commence with the project. So these are projects that aren't actually included in the actual funding of the budget. They're going to be something that would come back in the future, and would have to go through the 2/3 majority vote process in order to have these happen during the year. Next is CIP 471, which, if you recall, we provided some design money for last year. We've got a $1 million total cost because this particular project is not eligible for state and federal funding. This is to replace our fuel farm to comply with NHDES requirements. Our current facility was installed in 1996 and is in need of upgrade in order to meet those standards. And the last airport project is the airport master plan. Again, split with the state and federal government, so $370,000 total cost, $18,500 to the airport fund. This would be to update the airport master plan, including an obstacle and action plan for the lengthening of runway 1735. Again, because it's depending on state and federal funding, this would be a project we'd come back and have a public hearing and vote with the council on in the future. Questions on airport before I move on?
Questions on the airport? Please move on. Oh, Councilor Schlosser.
So is there a document that will follow your logic, like the airport and then whatever you're doing next? Or
This is all, I'm outlining it based on the way the budget book was, so I'm going through the projects by category.
I see.
In the CI, in the.
No particular document you're following it? Okay.
It's
That's fine.
based on your budget books.
Okay, thank you.
So when I say page number, it's the page number from your budget docs.
Okay, thank you.
So the arena, page 250, one project, a little over $3.1 million. This is proposed to be a general fund bond. This is for the new mechanical room and compressors for EPA compliance.
Any questions on the arena? All right, go ahead.
The next category would be bridges. There are no bridge projects associated for fiscal '27. Cemeteries is next on page 251. One project of $425,000. That is the replacement of the tin storage building at Blossom Hill for $275,000, and some roadway and pavement improvements also at Blossom Hill for a total of $425,000.
Questions on cemetery? Councilor Schultz.
This is just a related question to the previous. Could we get these slides too, even though we literally have all this in the other documents?
They are, if Sue hasn't posted them on the web yet, they will be soon.
Perfect, thank you.
CIP by category, the first document.
No, you can
follow. Thank you.
That I'm following along. I just like your summaries.
Councilor Horn.
Could we get a little bit more information on the old tin storage building, what it stores?
I would love to have Mr. Gill do that for you.
I think it's heated with a wood stove or something like that.
If you aren't aware, there actually is a cemetery building that is still heated by wood, which might be the only building in the city that still is heated by wood.
Thank you for that.
Welcome back, Mr. Gill.
Welcome. Yes, great question. The tin building, as we call it, it's about a 40 by 40 storage building. That's where we keep most of our equipment in. It is bending and bulging and has holes in it. So it is just time to replace it. If you go up to Blossom Hill, you go up to the left, and you go up to the hill, there's a maintenance facility there. Some of the buildings date back to the 18th century. The tin building is to the left of that. Rusty, very old storage. That's where all of our equipment is stored.
It's dead.
Any other
Yes.
questions for Mr. Councilor Brown?
Yes, I noticed last year we approved $275,000 for CIP 587, but we did not bond it. Can you explain why?
That
or-
project hasn't started yet. So I'd have to look at the finance, but that is, PO's open, but it hasn't been started. It's going to start, I think, next week.
Council, we're not even on that section.
No, it is the same CIP number, but it was for, $275,000, so I'm just wondering, we didn't bond that, why, do we have this? Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up?
No, I'm good.
Cool, all right. Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. Excuse me, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Gill, the kinds of vehicles or equipment that are stored in this building, are they road-worthy? Or are they like
They are the mowers. You'll see a little bit later on, there's a request for $45,000 for a replacement of the mowers. So the mowers, they're all in that $40,000 to $70,000 when we buy a mower. So that's what's stored in, but it's not trucks.
May I follow up? I'm asking because Blossom Hill is 1.3 miles from the Conf, and I was trying to figure out if the vehicles could be stored at the Conf without replacing this building.
It's the mowers.
So they can't really just roll down North State Street past the prison? I mean, that's why I was asking.
Not while I'm driving on North State Street.
It would add time to trailer everything.
Right, it would have to be trailered. Okay.
So it would be,
Additional fuel, additional.
and it would, we have limited staff at the cemetery. They're great, but I wouldn't want to add more to the process to do that if at all possible.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying.
Councilor Credivan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The annual question, are we all set for Memorial Day and everything's mowed?
100% yes.
Thank you.
Hats off to cemetery staff, but park staff, and then we've also had general services staff. They all chip in and they all work a lot of extra hours to have everything ready for this weekend. So
It is very much appreciated.
they do a great job.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. So I have a question about the other end, which is the roadway and pavement improvements for $150,000. I actually had a constituent write to me and say she was kind of fine with the condition. She knows it's bad, it's bumpy, but if we wanted to save money, we could consider removing that item or postponing that item. But I'd like to get an assessment from you as to the condition and so forth and what that would mean if we were to decide to do that.
I believe there's 30-something miles of roads in Blossom Hill, not including the other cemeteries. I think we did take a couple of years off of trying to patch cemetery roads for that same purpose. We do plow all those cemetery roads in Blossom Hill in the wintertime. So as you can think of, when roads are in poor condition and there's asphalt sticking up and bending down, it's just going to be more wear and tear. But I do believe we took the last 2 years off from repaving the roads.
Councilor Horn.
Do you have any sense of how many miles, if miles at all, $150,000 paved?
It's very small. It's probably a couple hundred yards, all in. It's sections of roads. I mean, I think we work closely with General Services. We usually piggyback on their paving contract to get the same price, but it is $150,000 is not solving the problem of the roads.
Any more questions on the cemetery? All right, thank you, Mr. Gill. Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Community planning and implementation. We're doing a master plan right now. That's last year's CIP, so we have nothing new for this year. Downtown, no
Can
projects.
I just interrupt you? Note that there was an announcement this morning about.
You absolutely may.
About the firm that's been secured to conduct the master planning.
Utile.
I'm sorry?
Utile.
Utile, a firm out of Boston. So information about that was released to the press this morning, and hopefully.
We'll be having a robust, more in-depth discussion with the planning board at their June 17th meeting.
Great, thank you.
As I said, no downtown, no economic development. Fire vehicles, page 253 is the next project. $1.5 million general fund bonds. This is to replace engine 4 and utility 1 and to add an assistant fire marshal vehicle.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you. I have a question based on a certain amount of confusion about the phrase of replacing engine 4 when we're talking about when it's also shown that there are other engines that are much older than that are in secondary. So I'm just wondering if it would be possible to get the fire chief to come and give a little bit more detailed information about what we're talking about when we're talking about replacing engines 4 and what happens with the current engine 4, that kind of thing?
Yep, sure.
Thank
Chief Chisholm, come on down. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm going to bring Deputy Chief Nick Costello, who does a lot of our CIP, especially in our transition from our other 2 retired deputies. We've been splitting the CIP, so just to ensure. Councilor Todd, I believe the question was, we say that we're replacing engine 4, but engine 4 is certainly not our oldest. So right now, we have 3 engines that run primary, and we have 2 spare engines, so we have 5. When we say we're replacing engine 4, that means that the new truck will become engine 4, and then the current engine 4 will become a spare, and our spares are engine 3 and engine 6. So we're always replacing, right? So our engines do 8 years primary service, and then supposed to do 8 years beyond that as secondary. So it's going to be a truck that should be about 16 years old, and hopefully not much more than that, depending if we're staying on top.
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I also want to just take this quick opportunity to thank Mr. Hoadley for his responses to my request for information, my yellow sheet, on a lot of details here, which I'm hoping also could be helpful to the fire department as you go forward and make your planning. So just clarifying, also just to your point, Chief, the engine 3, its years in service is 12 so far. And the 3-year maintenance cost is listed here in this sheet as $47,000. And then engine 6 years in service is 18 years in service. And the 3-year maintenance cost is approximately $20,492. And there's a note that says engine 6 has exceeded the standard 16-year life cycle expectation. Although repair costs have remained relatively moderate, the age of the unit raises growing concerns about reliability, et cetera. So I guess the plan would be then that the current engine 4 is going to replace either engine 3 or 6. Is that kind
Correct.
of? Yeah. And I see you have some extra comments next door.
Go ahead.
So as we've talked in the past, the ability to pick up fire apparatus takes a long time. The current wait time right now is between 30 and 32 months, and that's our basic piece of apparatus. Current engine 5 is going to be replaced most likely in the spring of 2027. That's something that's been ordered. I think it was CIP 24 or 5. I can't remember which one off the top of my head, but that will replace the current engine 6. And then that engine 6 goes away, traded, auctioned, whatever we end up doing. In last year's budget, we ordered engine 7. I'm going to get to where we're going to land all this in a second, but we ordered the engine 7. That was expected most likely in the fall of 2028. That will turn into engine 3, and the current engine 3 goes away. The requested engine 4 that is up there now, if that makes sense, will arrive spring, summer of 2029 based on the current rate or current time frames. The current engine 4 will then become the future engine 6 at that point, if that makes sense.
Dominoes.
It's
Yeah.
It's just, yes, and that, if I may, thank you, because thank you, Deputy Chief, because it's very confusing, I think, in the public, even, it's hard for me to keep track. 6 becomes 5, becomes 2, becomes 1. So, yeah, I appreciate the further detailed information. My final question was, and I believe, Chief, you have received a copy of my request for information. Was there any additional information that might be helpful to the department or more clarification on my request that you'd like to see?
No, I think the only thing that might be missing in this, we have regular conversations about the status of our vehicles with General Services. But, one of our concerns is we're talking about engine 3 and engine 6, one of them being, already past that 16 years service life, right? What happens if, let's say, one of the engines get in an accident, or I'll be hopeful and say we institute engine 1 at some point. What truck are we going to use? Are those trucks able to be put back into primary service? And I think I know what the answer of that is. So that's one of the reasons why I was hoping to also, in my initial CIP budget request that got removed, was to actually order engine 1 and engine 4 to get us in better position, because our spares are in they're getting old and they're not reliable.
Just one more quick follow-up. Thank you. So generally, though, this information, I know it was very helpful to me, and then pretty much as it stands, then helpful to you. And I guess that there's no additional pieces that we should consider adding to this that would be helpful in because I'm looking at you all as the experts here. So.
As pieces of this, no. We work together quite often and talk about this often, so.
It's fine, yeah. So, all right, good.
Yeah. When we go out to trade, let's say that we're receiving a vehicle and now engine 3 or engine 6 is going to be going down the road, we do consult with General Services because they are the experts. They're very good partners in this. So we do consult with them on cost, on reliability of parts, on other issues they've had, and we lean on them very heavily for those recommendations.
Thank you.
In partnership.
Thank you. And I just have one
One
final.
more?
Yeah, it's almost really more of a comment, which is I can't make it a would you believe because that would be ridiculous. But basically, we all know that Pennacook is kind of a little bit on the outskirts in terms of the service area for the community. So that's why I also raised this out of concern for what you said, I think, Chief, which is that what happens if one of those engines that we rely on is out of service for whatever reason, and what detrimental effect might that have on, as you had to then shuffle equipment around and move things, that could be very challenging, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right, okay, thank you.
Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, can you help me understand? I had been thinking about this CIP and the sort of, each year or every few years purchasing a new engine as that sort of life cycle of the vehicles. And I had been thinking of the need for engine 1 as a response to increased call volume within the city and the necessity to have another engine operating. Just a minute ago, you referenced thinking about ordering 2 engines this year, basically, so that you have a spare, so to speak. Can you just sort of tease out a little bit? Was I incorrect in my thinking about engine 1 as really being a need in terms of call volume? Like, do we need, dare I say, 3 engines? Do we need an engine 1 that is because of call volume, and we need 2 spares to have this rotation in better shape? I'm just trying to wrap my head around the needs of the department.
Yeah, so my idea is when we do add engine 1, we add a physical truck. Right now, we have 3 engines in primary service and 2 spares.
Yep.
We would hopefully have 4 engines in primary service and 2 spares. So I don't know if that answers your question. And then loosely related is where to store that additional engine is also is a big thing, but it's a headache I'm willing to have if you give me.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we had a large brush fire. Can you tell me the difference between how we would have responded to that if we had engine 1 versus what we have today?
Engine 1, let's see, that was on Blackwater, right?
Yep.
So the total number of engine assignments may not have changed. The bigger operating difference actually on that would be the new tanker that's arriving. Yeah, we would have, with engine 1, if we're talking about not just the physical truck, but the actual piece and service, we would have additional staffing out there. We relied on several mutual aid communities coming in to both work. I unfortunately was not there, but we had approximately 50 people working that fire for several hours, and there were a couple people that went back out this morning to make sure and quiet some hot spots. But
I follow up. Would you believe I appreciate that, because it's the number of people that were on site for that made a difference, plus the other communities that had to then cover the rest of the city while we were at a large brush fire, because it is a compounding effect.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Davey.
Thank you. The 8 years and 8 years, has that evolved over time?
My guess is it probably had. It probably, I don't know how far back, it probably used to be 10 and 10 to get the 20, but with the amount of use and mileage, if I told you the mileage you on just engine 6 is 151,000 miles, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot for a fire truck, right? And we have some others that that are pretty high also. Engine 5, for instance, is 119,000 miles approximately. Engine 7 currently, the current engine 7 is 123,000 miles. Engine 4, the one in the picture, has 53,000 miles, but that is going to be down the road, right? So our mileage and our hours are astronomical. So that's why you got to the 8 and 8. So
Even these being diesel vehicles, right? And a diesel over-the-road truck with that many miles isn't necessarily staggering, but don't forget that these trucks start cold, they go hard, and then they stop. This is not something that's going, across the state or across the country, just idling when warmed up and running how, that motor is really supposed to be run. So
Totally. Thank you.
they're hard miles.
Fortunately, you haven't rolled any over lately, so.
Not juju.
You obviously haven't seen the news. There was a fire truck that rolled over.
LA
in
City
California.
County, or LA City did, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Councilor Schultz.
They drive better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I know they do.
Living in Alton Woods, I see your folks there a lot. I've noticed, and I've had the question that just made me think of it, when there is a call for EMS type service, a fire truck often comes also. I've always wondered why that is the case, and if that was always necessary.
So when we receive a call from 911, there is an acuity. They go by letters A through E, but they call Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. Alpha call is the least acute call, and Echo is somebody is actively dying, or we are doing CPR, life-saving, or it's imminently life-threatening. On the Alpha level calls, we generally do not send an engine unless the ambulance in that district is out of district, then the engine will go to be first contact. But on the other calls, we send them for a few reasons. One is, it might not surprise you that oftentimes what is reported, and this is no fault of the 911 system, but just communications in general, oftentimes what we are sent for is not what we find, or it's not completely accurate. The other thing is, generally we'll have people doing a medical contact, and then there are other jobs. Sometimes the engine crew will be, let's say if it's the winter time, they'll be clearing walkways, shoveling, gathering things, helping family members, and another big thing is lifting. There are often times when we need to use a stair chair or a stretcher, and we need that extra personnel to safely lift for both the patient and our crew's backs and our own safety. So generally what will happen is the engines will go, and if they're not needed, they'll clear pretty quickly. And then there are those cases when the engine goes and it is such a critical call that one or two of the crew members from the engine will accompany the ambulance in the back of the ambulance. So there's multiple people working on the patient. So we do that to make sure we're delivering the best service to the community, protecting our members, and just planning for a little bit for the unknown.
May I just add to that when I did an impromptu ride-along with Tower 1 out of Central Station, and there was an ambulance call on the Heights for a fall, that while that patient was being transported to the hospital, all the other 3 ambulances were engaged in the city, and there was a medical emergency call, and we responded to that on the way back to the barn with Tower 1. And Tower 1 stabilized the person until the next available ambulance could come to transport that person to the hospital. So there's a certain degree of flexibility as well, isn't there, Chief?
Absolutely. It's built in, and that's an almost daily occurrence, running call and mixing districts because one ambulance is out and then something comes in. Over half of our calls are simultaneous. So when one call goes out, at least one, if not more, will come in while that one call is being handled. So
Councilor? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank you and all of your personnel because what you do is amazing. I will say I've never seen anyone, none of the people are idling. Everyone is working hard, and I appreciate that. I guess it was really just a question about the vehicle itself. And so thank you very much. What you say makes sense.
Any other questions? Councilor Caleb?
All right, this might be kind of a silly question, but you said engine 3 will go away, and my question is, what happens to it? And this is a question, I guess, for all of our vehicles that we're doing away with. Are we selling them for parts, or are they just going out to pasture, or?
They'll get traded in.
Okay.
They'll get auctioned. We do try to find how we're going to get the best value back to the city for those.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Councilor Brown?
Building off Councilor Caleb's question, where does that money show up? Where does that go to?
If we trade it in, it offsets the invoice price of that. If it gets auctioned out,
It goes to general fund.
I believe it goes to general fund. Most of the time, it's done through trades, but I would have to defer that to finance.
Okay.
Follow-up?
Yes, this is to finance. Would we see something like if there was a trade-in, would we see that offset in the cost like a capital over, so how would that be reflected?
Welcome, Mr. LeBrun.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So basically what happens is when there's a trade-in on a vehicle, the vehicle invoice price will be a little bit less. We may have balance in the account if that's what ends up happening. They also have, when they scope out the vehicles, they have a lot of different items that come in as part of that scope, and they may include the cost of the trade-in for it. So it kind of averages out when you get the price of the vehicle in the final invoice. If there's, let's say that we have $1.3 million in the account to replace engine 4, and if the trade-in, I'm just for easy numbers, say $100,000. Let's say that the truck actually costs $1.35 million, so that'd be $50,000 left on that account afterwards, based on the cost of the vehicle and after the trade-in.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Donovan?
Next, we go to page 253 for golf. 3 projects, $200,000. First is CIP 107. This is a $50,000 golf fund bond to replace the event tent flooring. The next project is CIP 235, which is a driving range upgrade of $50,000. And the last project on golf for this year is 530, which is a $100,000 bond to update the triplex mower and to purchase a dedicated greens roller.
Okay. Questions? Councilor Brown?
Yes, I know one of our recent council meetings, we had looked at the financial statements, and there was, I think it was like $5,900 that was a trade-in. Are those funds to be used? It was a piece of equipment that was sold. Are those funds used for something like this?
I will defer to the Deputy City Manager for Finance on that question.
Welcome back, Mr. LeBrun.
Mr. Mayor, so I think what you're thinking about is the dollars in the revenue side of the golf fund budget. So that is the operating portion of the budget. So the chief talked about we could do one of two things. We could either sell it at auction or we could trade it in. In that case, that was sold at auction. It was a piece of equipment that had been sitting there, sold at auction. The dollars come into the fund based on the sale price. This is a completely different set of dollars. So those dollars are part of the capital program, not part of the operating program.
Follow-up?
So that went into the golf fund, not
Yeah.
the general fund?
Yes, golf
Okay,
fund.
thank you.
And these are all, what he's talking about here, these are all golf fund bonds.
So these are not coming from the general fund,
That's correct.
taxpayer dollars?
These are not.
All money generated by the golf course?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you will know this. Thank you, Councilor Credit. I don't know if you will know this or if this needs to be deferred to someone else, but given the length of time we spent talking about the life cycle of fire apparatus, I'm curious about do we have these already? Are they really old and not functioning? I'd like an assessment.
I would defer again to either the golf pro or to Mr. LeBrun,
Thank you.
or both.
I could give you an answer, but Mr. Pat will be much more eloquent.
Good evening, members of council, Mr. Mayor. We currently have four, too loud?
Just a little bit.
We currently have four triplex greens mowers that we need to operate on a regular basis. They all do individual jobs, different jobs. There's various heights of cut, there's various heights areas that they operate in. We have one currently that's from 2007. We have one from 2017. I forget the years on the other ones, but and our most recent one was 2020. So this would be to replace one from 2007 that's on its last leg.
Okay. And the roller?
The
Sorry, follow up, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
The greens roller is something that we're using in conjunction with our mowing practices. We're currently using a temporary setup. That's temporary rollers attached to one of the triplex mowers, so that takes it out of service for what it's doing, what it's supposed to be doing. It's a process you use to increase smoothness and the playing surface. It also helps to reduce, disease pressure and things like that too.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Can any of this equipment be used at the cemetery?
Not in the current setup. These are real style mowers that are designed to mow at low heights of cut that we have at the golf course. So they wouldn't be appropriate for what they're mowing. They're mowing with rotary mowers at a height of cut of 2 inches, 3 inches, somewhere in that ballpark. So.
This is lower than 2 or 3 inches?
Yes, correct.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Next would be general services vehicles on page 254. One project, this being CIP 121, which is our systematic programmed replacement of general services vehicle and equipment. This ranges from pickup trucks to heavy construction equipment. Proposed to be a mix of general fund and sewer fund bonds this year. I'm not going to go through each of the individual pieces of equipment and vehicles that are here, but we have several that would be included in the $1.85 million cost.
Questions? All right, please move on.
Information technology communication, page 254 and 255. One project, $650,000. This is CIP2, which is our annual review of hardware and software. This is a mix of budgetary funds, technology reserve, and water and sewer funds. Again, this is replacing hardware, computers, laptops, monitors, and servers. Software upgrades this year will also include replacing the fire department mobile computers and some additional security system upgrades and replacements.
Questions? All right, Mr. Thompson.
Next is intersections, page 255. One project, $61,000. General fund bond. This would be to install new traffic signal controllers at the intersections of DeMonte, Triangle Park, Loudon Road and the East Mall driveway, Loudon and Dick's Sporting Goods, Loudon Road and Walmart, and also to study the traffic signal warrants at Loudon Road and Woodcrest Heights Road. The intersections would be these as you see them in the area of the former Steeplegate Mall and the other retail operations up in that area, and then the other intersection was the Woodcrest Heights intersection as well. CIP, this CIP is an annual, again, CIP project that we look at routine capital improvements at traffic signals in order to continue to enhance public safety for motorists, as well as compliance with state and federal requirements.
Councilor Kurtz.
Yes, thank you. Can you go back to the list of intersections,
Absolutely.
please? Thank you. Given the article that I think was in the Monitor today about potential development at Steeplegate, can you talk to me about the timing of investing in new traffic signal controllers at several intersections that could be affected by such development?
I would ask if the city engineer might be able to come up and chat about that in terms of the timing, but there certainly are some potential impacts, obviously, with the redevelopment of the Steeplegate that would need to be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. The question was about specifically the DeMonte intersection, is that,
Well,
and how that might relate to the potential?
all of the intersections in close proximity to the site that is slated, we are hopeful will be redeveloped soon, and I'm wondering why we would invest now. Not that we shouldn't maintain healthy signals, but why would we invest now at intersections which may well have to be configured as part of a development project that is looming, pending, hopefully.
Yes,
Looming
yes.
sounds bad, pending.
It's an excellent question, and these are noted that they need to be upgraded, and so we've moved forward with the CIP request. However, we are anticipating a traffic study, which is looking at several intersections. Many of these are on the list here. And so the impacts to those intersections may warrant some off-site improvements that might be tied into the development. If that's the case, you know, we'll take that information and either, you know, we wouldn't spend that money, the city money, because the developer would be doing that as part of the project, or we would take a look at the corridor that is being addressed, and if there were other improvements that needed to be made, we might do that too, in combination with the development.
May I follow up, Mr. Mayor? Thank you. So just so I understand sort of the process, if we were to approve this CIP item as part of the budget in 2 weeks, you would hold off on the signal replacements until such time as the traffic study related to a development project is completed?
It's very interesting timing because we do anticipate the updated traffic study very soon. We've been working very closely with the developer.
Okay.
So
Will next be in front of the planning board in July.
Thank you. It's helpful information. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Given that, I mean, this literally could be something that we just choose to pull out of the CIP at this moment and then bring forward later after it goes before the planning board. And then we would just need a 2/3 majority vote. And it's okay if you don't answer that. Correct, Your Honor?
That would be correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Horn.
You've stated a couple times they need to be replaced. What necessitates the need to be replaced? What, are they not working? Are they, I don't.
right, they're outdated, and we are systematically updating controllers, different traffic signals. So,
Follow up?
I don't, but how does outdated, I mean, every time I drive through there, the light turns red, green, and yellow. So what is outdated? How does that affect the safety or the mechanisms that make it work, or?
yeah, it affects the ability to be able to maintain a coordinated system and to better ensure that traffic's able to flow through there. There are times when it becomes difficult to adjust the timing the way that we would like to have it, and there are tools that we are starting to implement at other intersections that we'd like to implement systematically throughout the city to make it easier to be able to maintain and to more efficiently control the traffic.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, and thank you so much. Is this a safety concern, an issue of safety?
There can be safety that's tied into it, sure. Actually, any intersection has conflict points that do present safety issues.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. This might be a question for Mr. Walsh, actually, but if we were to get impact fees from that project, could those be used to pay back this bond, or is that not allowable?
Right now, we do not charge impact fees for non-residential development because there is a blanket waiver based on the way the ordinance is written, so long as the developer requests it.
I understand that.
Follow up?
But I'm not sure the council necessarily wants to continue in that direction.
So,
I guess my question is, could that bond be repaid by impact fees?
this is the funding sources bonds. Okay, and this is replacement of existing infrastructure. It's not necessarily adding capacity, correct? So therefore, because it's not adding capacity to the transportation system, and we're replacing existing infrastructure basically in kind, it would not be eligible for impact fees.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Brown?
Yes, so I just want to clarify, Councilor Kurtz said this would be part of the budget, but when we approve these CIP projects, they aren't actually part of this budget. It would be something that shows up in next year's budget as the debt service. Is that correct? If we approve it and then it's bonded in this, in like February, March timeframe?
So typically, Mr. LeBrun's here, but typically what happens is if the council approves it as part of the budget, the bonds are typically sold if the project's ready to go. The bonds are typically sold somewhere in the January, February timeframe. The initial debt service payment is typically in July, so it would be July of 27, which is fiscal 28. Yep.
Follow-up?
Yes. So I know last year that we had approved this same project, 283, and it was for $1,100,000. So because that was approved in last year's budget, that could be bonded next year. It could happen at any time, whatever that project goes forth.
So we generally sell bonds once a project is ready to move, where we start incurring large costs. And we don't want to prematurely sell bonds because we run into arbitrage, which means if you sell the bond prematurely, which means you're not spending the money quickly, and you're earning interest on those bonded proceeds, you create a tax liability under IRS regulations for the city and potentially the folks who purchase the bonds. So we tend to be very careful and cautious about when we issue debt, so we don't put the city or our bondholders in that position.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
Next, we have other vehicles, pages 255 and 256, two projects. The first being, as Mr. Gill mentioned earlier, $45,000 to replace the 2015 John Deere Outfront mower for the cemetery. And then our standard police vehicle replacement program, $285,000, a mix of capital transfer and transfer from trust. This is part of the normal rotation of replacing 4 of the police vehicles.
Questions? All right.
Next is parking. 2 projects, $365,000. The first is $72,000 parking fund bond to replace our mobile unit, the Jeep, as it reaches the end of its life. Second project is the State Street parking garage. For those of you on my parking committee, you're familiar with this. This is for design and permitting of comprehensive structural repairs and renovations to the State Street garage based on the preliminary renovation option from our State Street garage study report. $300,000 for design parking fund bond this year, with an anticipated cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million in the following fiscal year.
Questions? Very well. Please move on.
Parks and open space, pages 257 to 259. We have 2 projects this year. First being White Park. This is a bonded project to rehabilitate the impervious surface of the hockey rink and new hockey boards, and to remove sediment and the lotus plant growing in the pond. The second project is Terrell Park, and this is a mix of capital closeout and general fund bonds to remove stumps, grade, and add loam in the area of a future athletic field.
Questions? Councilor Davey.
Can you for those at home, can you walk us through what closeout is again?
Certainly. Capital closeout funds is when we do a capital project, we bond a project, we spend the money, we go through the process, and we end up not spending the entirety of those bonded proceeds. We do an analysis every year to go through which projects are done, which projects have money left over, and then between myself and the finance department staff, we come up with a plan to repurpose those funds that were previously appropriated by the City Council to help offset the impact to the general fund by utilizing funds that were previously appropriated, as long as those projects are materially the same type of project that were previously approved by the City Council.
Thank you for asking that question, Councilor, because I had thought about asking it earlier for clarification. Councilor Credivic.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may not be the person to answer this question. However, the removal of stumps, grade, ad loam in the future of an athletic league or athletic field, how important is it to remove that now if there may not be an actual athletic field coming until after we complete Memorial Field?
I will defer again to Mr. Gill, but as I understand it, this is following up on additional work that's been done in the area on the state property in terms of cleaning up the area. This would help assist with that overall part of the project.
We'll come back, Mr.
Thank
Gill.
you.
Good evening again. Great question. This actually, we remove the stumps and then install a flat area that could be used for events or an athletic field in the future. So it would involve removing the stumps. It's 8 to 10 inches of sand and then loam and then seed. Right now, if you look at Terrell Park coming in Manchester Street, it is a gateway location. I think folks remember how it looks, it's just overgrown. So this would be making it a little bit more usable than it is today. It would be a much usable space for this neighborhood and for the in the event you do something at Memorial Field, this could be a practice facility. But it is just our permits for this location expire in 2027. We've already extended them twice. This is from the 2014-15 master plan. From back then, this was going to be the location of a turf field complex. So this just makes it more usable.
Thank you.
Councilor Curtis. Go on.
Thank you. As along those same lines, do we have a design for a field at Terrell Park?
Yep, it is fully designed and permitted. It is permitted for an artificial turf field, so this would not do a full artificial turf field complex with parking and everything. Is about $8 million here. I mean, we're not moving forward. It just makes it usable space for the community.
Follow up. Thank you. Was that $8 million at one time in the CIP?
Yes, I think it was.
It was in the out years several years ago, yeah.
I think it's 2015, 16. The city funded a master plan process for that. You funded full permit and design, and then at that time it was a multi-million. I think it was $2.5, $3 million. For all the reasons, every year there's budget conversations. You have to move and move, but it's was in the out years of the CIP. I believe it has been removed now.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Did council vote to remove it from the CIP? I don't see it. So that's why I was asking if it was ever in the CIP. I
Generally
don't see it in
speaking,
the out
when
years.
something moves beyond, it's still in the database, but it's beyond the 10-year program. So it's the actual data is still in the database, but it's not within the 10-year program that's currently being proposed.
The chair is inviting Mr. Espella.
So reaching back a little in history here, working with staff, we had anticipated that the day may come when the city council may want to do something with Memorial Field, and then something may happen at Runlet. And that wouldn't it be great to create a field in a place where is the least served of the community over on the Heights. So after if something was to happen at Runlet, or something was to happen at Memorial Field, or heaven forsake, something was to happen at both at the same time, there'd be additional field space here. And then after that all those projects occurred, you'd have a beautiful field of some sort, whether it's turf or whether it's grass, over on this area of the community which really needs that additional field space. So as we talked to the school district about that project, that was something they considered, but then decided since project was not going to go at Runlet, it was going to go in many other locations throughout the city. That project disappeared. So we kept carrying it for a number of years, but it never became viable.
May I follow up?
Yeah.
Given that it's been designed and permitted and we once had a plan for it, what would the timing be if we were to decide to say now that we in fact did want to build a field at Terrell Park? How quickly could it be operational?
A turf field?
Give me
or-
both if you don't mind, Director Gill.
This plan right here would be a grass field. I have some verbal quotes to get an estimate. That would start this summer, fall, depending on the contractor. Grass field that was seeded, It would not be probably usable to next summer or fall. This is.
Summer 27?
Yes, but it is not an irrigated field. It's not going to be a varsity level field. I mean, this is just getting a usable space like Martin Park, Rolfe Park. This is not a high-end complex. If you were to do a turf field, that's a multi-million-dollar investment. It is designed and ready. We could probably put that on the street in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, once we get it all. I don't know how greedy or how hungry, should I say, that the contractors are, but that hypothetically could start this fall or winter and be open in the spring.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you.
I will defer to Councilor Sekou since it is his ward.
Thank you. I have been listening, and I think there is not much to add, but I'm just following based on what she said. If it was voted, was appropriation done? Did we miss something here? Because she asked an excellent question saying that the council voted to take it off, and that answer was not given, because it's one thing to postpone a project, and it's another thing that when appropriation was done, we realized, oh, okay.
There was no appropriation.
So what was the vote? Based on what she just asked, the $8 million that was voted.
We never voted on that. That was a design.
Placeholder.
It was in the out year, so it was never actually in front of the council for a formal vote, because what the council votes on each year is the year one of the CIP. The rest of it is a planning tool that helps us plan future investments in infrastructure moving forward. So it never progressed to the point where it was actually in front of the council for a vote for construction, because it was always out in the future years of the program.
Right. For example, Councilor, the city manager in this year's budget, setting aside what we're looking at right now, which would be the fiscal 27 CIP, city manager has kind of thinned out the projects moving forward on the CIP that we have received. And the reason for that is because of the significant capital projects that we already have in the pipeline. And so, he, in preparing updating the CIP, stop me when I'm saying something wrong, has basically created a new prioritization. And that happens all the time without a vote of council. This is an administrative thing that's done. What we vote on, as Mr. Thompson said, is basically what's before us today. And that's why, for example, oftentimes I call the CIP a wish list, because it's things that are out there that we're aware of. And as Mr. Thompson says, it's still in the database. It can be brought back, but in the 10-year CIP we're looking at, it has dropped off of that. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Continue.
So just to follow up, because based on the conversation earlier, you said the design is done.
Yes.
So they paid for the design, but they never did any appropriation to build based on the design they have.
That's correct.
So if we go to do a design for any project in any CIP, how long it takes? I get it. Priority change, I get it. It's heavy on taxpayers. I get it that we look at CIP, what comes next. But since the time that the design was done to where we are today, nothing happened at that park. Is that correct?
No, a tremendous amount has happened at that park.
Like?
We did do phase one as part of the process and getting ready for potential turf field or complex. We removed the dog park to the north side.
To
of
the
the
north
park.
side, yeah.
We built the first section of the Merrimack River Greenway Trail. We added a new parking lot on the north side. In this area where the trees, they were all diseased, and this is 2014, 15. So we started phase one. Phase two was going to be whatever various pieces council wanted to. The playground in the master plan. There's a new parking lot. As the city manager said, this, as you know, this area of the community does not have a public park. So there was some elements in there that would make it a destination location, but those other phases were never funded, but they were designed.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, now I deferred to him, so I should get to next.
I second that.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I think that having that longer view over time really tells the picture of, we had a dog park, we moved the dog park, We developed the Merrimack River Greenway Trail. Now we wanted to connect these systems together. And we have a vision for a playground, and we have a vision for a playing field. I think Councilor Keach had also brought up a really important point when we were talking about traffic impact fees. This actually is an expansion, and if we had recreation impact fees, we could use that in this place. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
We have a development that's looking to go directly across the street. And we could have a partner in a private public partnership that helps us build at least a playground in this location and does something like this for us and growing in the future.
The city manager.
When the residential element of that project
you.
happens, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the
So
clarity.
that's likely several years away, but that's exactly what you would do. And you'd want to be actually to provide that type of amenity if you're going to have folks living in that area. More folks living in that area, why wouldn't you want to provide those type of recreational facilities?
Follow up. What is the difficulty of extending the permit?
We've done it twice already, and I think there was one that we could not extend again, but I have to go back in and check that. I don't know if it's the FEMA one or one of the state ones, but there was one that...
You'd have to reapply instead of extending.
Okay.
It can be done.
Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. Thank you for taking me on this historical journey and informing me. Also, thank you to Councilor Caleb, who found the original report from 2017, which predates either of us, and has sent it to me. So I will continue my education after this evening. Can you tell me should we move forward with what is proposed at this moment? What will that space, you said it'll be flat, there'll be loam. What
I mean, it's
athletics could occur on it safely?
Purposely designed to be as large as possible for any sports could play on it. It'd also be a great location for, music and events and stuff. I mean, I think it's a reasonable time to make the investment to make it a usable space, especially when we look forward. If there is possible movement of Memorial Field, if we're already going to, as of next week, we lose the Runlet Middle School fields, all those fields we have moved people around and kind of absorbed. So it gives us flexibility going forward in the next 3, 4, 5 years. And I think it's a great space just to bring the community there for a reasonable amount of time.
Mr. Espel.
It's the way we're trying to approach this. It's an interim use, and it's something that it's a definite need today. There'll be a different need in the future. And if I'll take some of you back even further, the reason that we're trying to get these activities going on over there, and pardon my colloquialism, but this is Pickle Park, right? This is the location where so much activity, illicit activity, was going on with adults.
Understood.
That city council said, hey, why don't you create, that's what it was, that when you went onto the internet, the website, that's what you found. And then this is where you met up. So the city council said, hey, you want to know the story, this is the story. And so you decided, hey, why don't we create an activity, more activity here, so that people will come and drive out the illicit activity. That's why this is so important, because if you don't do anything here, you're gonna very quickly slide back into an area where people are just gonna congregate where you don't want people to congregate. Is that?
Thank you for also introducing me to a new colloquialism.
That's I know some of the history of this.
That piece was important.
Councilor Davey.
Taking a turn from that.
Thank you, Councilor. The chair deeply appreciates that.
Environmentally, is it better to have to manage the chemicals from a grass field or manage the drainage from a turf field? Being this close to the river.
We do not use chemicals on areas we cannot irrigate. So we only have a couple parks we put water on. Part of the permitting process for this location, when we went to the turf field, we got FEMA to agree on the type of infill that it couldn't float, it wouldn't be flushed down, it was coated sand, it was environmentally, at the time, the best. I don't remember the make, and it's changed so much since then. So from the short term, from a grass field, we wouldn't do anything along those lines. But even the turf field, if it goes in there, there are environmental stuff that can be permitted and used there.
Thank you.
I'll start with Terrell Park. Councilor Brown.
Yes, this is actually building off of Councilor Davies' question from a while back about closeout funds. And I'm wondering if it has to, if the closeout was for a specific CIP project number, do the closeout funds have to remain with that CIP
Not
number?
with the specific CIP, but I generally try to keep recreation projects with recreation projects, intersections with try to keep it in the same general category.
It has to be related to the same purpose.
It does have to be placed. Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up on
Councilor
that.
Davis.
Is that a state thing or an us thing, or just
It's a
good,
bond.
better
Bonding,
It's
yeah.
required, right. So if it's sewer, if it's related to sewer improvements, you need to, I couldn't use it on water.
That makes sense.
I need to use it on sewer.
I do have a question, a
Yes.
quick one. RPAC did approve, after the design was approved, do we have now, based on everything you guys have, if we decided to move forward with everything that is there now, from moving the wetland to whatever we are today, do any of this has to go to RPAC again, or we are done with committee meetings?
RPAC's approved the large master plan. RPAC also reviewed this, $300,000 ad. They approved that in, I think, November.
I think they approve even construction.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And we do have a for history, because it is so far back.
Far
There is a
back.
website on our page. We all have the CIPs for parks listed. That is there, the reports, the plans, everything is online, just to bring yourself up to history.
So, thank you. My understanding is not going to RPAC, it's all. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah. Good.
Councilor Foot.
Thank you, Your Honor. So regardless of what the future improvements include, whether it's a grass field, a turf field, if we go in and spend $300,000, regardless of the alternative in the future, everything that's happening here will need to be ripped up to install closed drainage to accommodate either field, either type of field.
100%. I mean, this is an interim solution. That park has been like that now for a decade.
Follow up?
So if we were to do that, basically, it's a short-term use, and you can't have, did I hear you say correctly, you can't have any type of athletic, high school athletics on that field?
You could, from a practice point of view, it is definitely not a varsity level competition field.
So if we move forward with this, thank you. So if we move forward with this, in the future, it's a short-term measure, and so you said the permit's going to expire. So if we go through and perform this work, that means the permit will expire.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
One more question. So it's my recollection, the city stores snow there in the wintertime as part of the Main Street, or has that been relocated?
Relocated.
It is, okay.
Darrell Park is a land and water conservation park. I think it was probably 8 or 9 years ago, they reminded us you cannot use land and water conservation parcels for non-recreation use. So the snow dump has been removed at least for 5 or 6 years.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Mr. Spell.
The idea simply is an interim use, given the pinch that you're going to feel, because when you really got to feel it with Runlet closes, but when Memorial Field closes for how many years, David?
It all depends on when we can agree on a plan.
That's
Agree on a
honest.
plan this year. When would the fields potentially be open? 3 to 5 years?
Had this conversation at the subcommittee meeting the other day. It's going to be, if it's a turf field, you can get that open in probably a year from construction. If it's a grass field, it's a year and a half, depending on when you start. You have to let it grow in. So it is easily a 3 to 5 year window, best case, my crystal ball looking forward. But
So this is just an outlet as an option. you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. But it was clear you were not going to do a $4 million or an $8 million turf field because we can't even get to the point where we can understand what to do with Memorial Field.
Okay. Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to beat a dead horse. So there's been no discussion or scenario where this would actually replace any piece of the Memorial Field project?
There was that discussion, and it was not accepted.
Thank you.
Councilor Kurtz.
Was that discussion recent, Mr. Espel, or is that a historic discussion prior to what's going on with the school district?
About 4 or 5 years ago.
Has, follow-up?
Follow-up.
Yeah.
Has the possibility of getting Terrell Field online been discussed with the school board recently as part of the conversation about Memorial Field?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Councilor Fennessy.
I just want to provide a little bit more background, which I think Mr. Gill could provide as well. There was discussion at RPAC probably, and now I'm dating myself, probably 5-6 years ago, where the idea was, oh, we can do this turf field here with lights. But then it was decided that, no, we want to do lights at Keach Park. And so then when we spoke with the school district about, okay, well, we still have this plan, we can still do a turf field here with lights. And basically the school district was like, we're not interested in busing people over there. That's not going to be very useful to us. At the time, I think they were going to build the middle school over by Broken Ground, and they're like, oh, we're going to have all this great field space over there, so we don't really think it's important to us that you invest this time and money at Terrell Park. And I don't think anybody has come back and said, hey, you want to build a turf field at Terrell Park.
So the project stayed on there for years and years and years, and nothing ever got done, so now it's gone.
It's not a question. I just want to say thank you all for what you do and for really giving us the history, what happened from before even 2017, but also to highlight the importance of making sure this gets done because of everything that we have going on. So you share the benefits of it, the benefit of the investment based on what's happening at the Memorial Field, but also at the school. So thank you, appreciate it.
Councilor Kravik.
Thank you. Just to add on to the history, I think the other part that was really missing here is we don't have a really good lacrosse field. And that was one of the original uses of a turf field in this area, was for lacrosse. But also, we don't have a very strong soccer field that is a turf field. And so that's kind of where the discussion started, is because our largest square field used for football is not used for lacrosse and not used for soccer as much, or it's very limited use. And we really wanted to bring people on a gateway into our community to see this phenomenal stadium that we have, so that we could attract competition play from across the state and really spruce up our gateway. And what we got from the school district is they'd like to have a turf field at Memorial.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To me, it just, this is more a request of you and the council, is that this sort of cracks open just the bigger discussion we're now having around Memorial Field. And by we, it's really 2 members of the council and 2 members of the school board having these conversations. And having attended one of those meetings, I think the depth of that conversation seems more like a negotiation on behalf of the council, when really it's about 2 members of the council that will then be returning and having that conversation with us as a council. We also just recently heard from some folks at the Merrimack Valley School Board about the things they've done at that property that is in the boundary of the city of Concord. And then we have, this discussion of these various pieces of that. I feel like my request would be to you, Mr. Mayor, and to find a time for us as a council to have a bigger conversation about all of these sort of projects, because it's very confusing. If it's confusing for me as a not as new counselor, it must be for the public. And I feel like we need to have a bigger discussion on that as a council that makes more sense, because I just have like 20 more questions and I'm not gonna ask those now.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other questions on Terrell Park? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Thompson?
Moving on to public buildings, pages 259 to 261, we have 5 projects, a little more than $1 million total. First, CIP 63, this is citywide recreation facility. This is $350,000 general fund bond to replaster the Rollins Park pool. Next is the City Hall renovation, CIP 65. This is proposed to be entirely capital closeout funds. This would be designed for the partial renovation of the police station, for the return of human services to the complex following the police department relocation to their new facility. Next is CIP 252, fire station improvements. This is $350,000 for improvements to the parking areas of the Heights, Broadway, and Central stations. Next is CIP 551, library maintenance. This is $30,000 for refurbishing their HVAC systems and controls. And lastly, $75,000 of funds to construct and install 4 level 2 EV charging stations at the Conf.
Questions for Mr. Councilor Horn?
On the City Hall renovations. Yep. Sorry, Mr. Gotti. I can see in 2028, 2029 that we have the design for 2027 and then the actual construction of the reno in 28 and 29. I'm going to ask 3 questions, so I don't have to do follow-up.
Sure.
Is this following the campus study that we had? If it is, may we see it? Because I don't think I've seen it yet. If it is not, why not?
This is not the full build-out for the campus master plan study that is going on. This is an interim step that was requested in order to bring human services back to the municipal complex in advance of those formal recommendations being made by the master plan that Ms. Vestamarker is working on.
Follow-up?
Do we have an expected time that the study will be done?
I do not know the answer to that question. Mr. Walsh is? This summer. This summer. Beth is here, thank you.
Follow-up?
Isn't it sort of putting the cart before the horse to start a project on something that we could have some master plan that comes and says, oh, that's really not a good idea to have, these offices on this floor or something of that nature?
I will defer to the city manager for the rationale. This one.
Welcome back, Mr. Spell.
Thank you. So if you want to move human services back to the campus, which we're going to need to do because the prosecutors will be moving out, and the dollars that we're paying for both of those are quite expensive, both of those offices, you'd need to start design now and then actually do the fit up the following year. So you can, if you're going to get the plan this summer, then you'd be able to take that plan, decide whether or not it's something you want to implement. It's something you'd implement over phases anyways, and decide which phases you want to implement, and then whether or not you want to move human services back to the campus, which to me makes a lot of sense. But you can wait till the plan comes forward to do that. You don't have to spend these dollars to do these until you have the plan in place and accepted by the city council. But it wouldn't hurt to accept it, to make it in part of the budget, or you could come back and do it later. It really doesn't matter. But why come back again and do it? Because otherwise you're going to have a building that's going to be sitting there with not a lot of use.
Any further questions? Councilor Brown.
Yes, these are capital closeout dollars. Just 2 questions. Do they have to be used within a certain time frame, closeout dollars?
We generally try to do them the year after we've designated them as being closed out. So in this case, we've attempted to allocate all of the closeout funds that were identified by the various departments.
Thank you. The second question is, what other projects would qualify for these closeout dollars? Is it municipal buildings?
I'd have to go back, but a lot of these were specific to municipal facilities, yes.
Councilor Fennessy?
If we spend the money now to do design and fit up for human services, does that eliminate any other options we might have with respect to the police building?
Well, once you decide to do that space, what we're saying here is this will be used for the whole building. So we're not just setting it up for, because it's partial renovation for human services and municipal complex. It won't be just that, it'll be everything. So we're gonna be looking at, how do you reuse this building, and what could you possibly do with it? And then come back in and say, once the city council agrees, that's what we want. One of the things the city council's asked in the past is, we would really like a up-to-date chambers to operate our city council meetings out of, and planning board meetings out of, and to actually have spaces to meet with the public. You would do all that as part of the plan, and then decide whether or not what pieces you want to implement into there.
Councilor Brown?
Yes, I'm sorry, you might have mentioned this and I just missed it. What are these closeout dollars from? Which project was that?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I could certainly figure out what that is.
Thank you, thank you.
Could I just add to what the city manager said, is I in particular am concerned or interested in city council chambers that are more accessible than the ones we have today.
It'd be nice to have a real elevator that more people can.
Real elevator, it'd be nice to have a testimony area that doesn't have steps so that people on wheelchairs or, yeah, that would be,
Counselor who had a walker.
that'd be great, yeah. Councilor Sekou.
I have two questions. The first one, when we say partial design, what that describe? Is it up, down? Is it what that? That's one. And the second question is, are you guys worried about paying the money now for the design, and then we fall into what we call the Terrell Park? Now we have to wait for another money to literally complete the actual project. So those are the two questions.
We're not going to design something without the city council saying this is how we want this property used. So no. So once you designed it, you'd be able to say, if you wanted certain, for example, if you wanted back office, police station to be used as back office space, what space would you relocate out of as part of the master plan for the campus? What offices would relocate out of, say, City Hall or the community center or other places, and where would you put them? And then you do a design of that, of how to actually make that happen. But I've always suggested to the city council, just a suggestion, if you're not prepared, think of the police station. If you're not prepared to build the police station, then don't go buy the property, don't go do the design for the new police station unless you're prepared to go and actually do the police station. Because once you do those other pieces, and then you decide to wait 5 or 10 years, you're going to be doing them all, you're going to, at least the design piece, you'll probably be doing that all over again. So you want to line these up to make sure that you're ready to go.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's why I gave Terrell Park as an example, because we have seen where we go, we invest some money, the design. We've seen it with Kitch Park, where we came back, if the council have not voted from the design that was done, we would not be where we are today for the lights, because the RPAC rejected the first design, and then it has to come to city council. Now, if we invest this money, as you said, and the council is not ready for another 5 years, because we don't know how big that investment will be, right? Because nobody has how much money the actual investment will be on really renovation. And the partial design, we need another partial design, because this is not the full design. So we will need another allocation when we are ready to do something again.
I wouldn't get carried away with too much design. I mean, people, you've got a building that needs to be resources allocated and updates made, but you can talk to consultants and they'll spin you around and you could spend millions on design and then come back and spend tens of millions on construction. You don't need that. You've got a good bones building that we've had a police department operating out there. Now you need to essentially, how do you retrofit this so that you go from a building where essentially the public is not allowed in unless you've done something you shouldn't have done, to a building where you want to accept the general public to be able to come in there, and also for it to be safe for the employees that work there. So it's really, how do you reuse this building? I wouldn't get too concerned about the design, all these design element pieces to it. But again, you do the plan, decide what offices and what uses you want where. You go and specifically design what you need to do to make those pieces happen, and then you appropriate the construction dollars to do whatever those are going to be. This can be done in steps where you don't have money that you allocate out that gets lost and then gets spent, and then there's no value to it.
Could you speak to the partial design, what that entitled, because I didn't really get.
I think the word partial design, it's a partial renovation. This is if I'm looking at page 305,
Yeah.
which is the detail. This is designed for the partial renovation, which is light renovation of the entire third floor and the area on the first floor, currently the lobby, record, dispatch, and watch command of the existing Green Street Police Station for the return of human services. That's what we're looking for with this closeout funds for design at this preliminary step as we look to the future use of the campus.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spell. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just
Councilor
very quickly, so if I'm getting this right, the idea is we want to quote-unquote design this now so that it will be ready so that when the police department moves into their new facility, we will be able to move human services out of the rented space that we are currently using, so we will no longer have that expense.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Move on. Please.
Public safety, 11 projects. So this is pages 261 to 263. I will do these as expeditiously as I can. Fire department equipment communications, $150,000 bond to replace the tower-based equipment. $80,000 general fund bond for police department mobile radios and their marked units. $40,000 bond for the replacement of the ballistic police vest purchase in 2022. $30,000 bond for replacement of the forestry equipment for 2 floating pumps, 2 portable pumps, 3 mini pumps, 3 chainsaws, and 3 leaf blowers for the fire department. $10,000 for the police patrol rifle replacement program, which is an ongoing program that's been in the process for many years. CAP 527, $180,000 for required replacement of transport stretchers, 4 mechanical CPR devices, and 6 nitrox units. Handgun replacement, $120,000, again replacing handguns purchased in fiscal 17. $20,000 for citywide replacement of failing fire alarm cable. $10,000 for the replacement and or addition of departmental cameras at the firing range. $363,000 to replace the police department's current record management system and computer-aided dispatch system. And lastly, $50,000 for replacement of failing Knox box equipment.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Brown.
How often do we use Knox box equipment?
I apparently have grabbed the wrong project. Let me check for which.
I just wanted to
Yep,
verify
that's
that
fine.
wasn't an accidental.
Yep, it probably was.
I can certainly answer the question while Mr. Thompson is looking at. I thought I heard how often is the Knox box equipment used. So this is the $50,000 you're talking about?
Yes.
So this is it's actually for key secures, and I just need to make a distinction, right? So I will very quickly explain. What we refer to as a Knox box on commercial buildings throughout the city, you can see it there, and we have a universal key that will unlock that. So we can gain access to commercial buildings or residences if somebody wants to put one on without breaking the building, okay? So those are the Knox boxes. What we are looking for is the key secures, right? So we have a universal key that has access, that can access those. We keep those keys
in a secure location. It is locked in to our vehicles, and you have to enter a punch code to get that out. And then you can release it, and it records anytime, because obviously there's a lot of money in the city that relies on that. Those are failing. It seems like it's echoing. Those are failing to the point where we are now sometimes seeing delays in being able to get them out. We are literally, I think, at the point of ordering eBay parts that no longer can be found. So we are trying to replace those in all of the vehicles, and we have to replace them all at once. And the system that we're using is, everything seems to be moving into these subscription-based and these different types of systems. But the good thing about our new system that we will be moving towards is now that the property owners, because there's an electronic component, can make the decision to replace their Knox box so our keys, and they can actually verify if anybody has accessed their box. So essentially, again, this $50,000 is to replace the little secure key holders in our vehicles to make sure that those keys don't fall into the wrong hands and then have access to the entire community.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And the chief was correct. I had the wrong number in here for 305. It is actually $835,000. So I am going to update the slides so that that can be fixed.
That's it?
Portable radios. That is a portable radio, not, I had the wrong project in there.
Big difference.
Yes.
Any other questions?
We have the other spreadsheet.
Seeing none, thank you, Chief. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Horn.
Mine's a police question, actually.
He's like, I'm out.
On the replacement of handguns, I just had a couple of questions. I was doing some research because I don't know much about duty pistols, and in my research it says that the service life should be 20 to 30,000 rounds, and it has some other criteria. But I'm wondering if we follow that criteria, or we just go on a flat replace everything every 10 years.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yes, we do. The idea is we follow the manufacturer's recommendations. There's actual maintenance that occurs in that 3,000 to 5,000 round range. So we have an armorer. They go through our handguns. They make sure that we're replacing wear parts, that kind of stuff. And then that 10-year cycle is what we have for our round count.
Follow up?
What happens to the guns that you're no longer using?
They're sold, usually part of the trade-in. So we've been in with the same manufacturer for a number of rotations with us for many decades, and they offer a buyback.
Any other questions? Councilor Schultz?
Forgive me if it's written in a place that I should quickly see, but out of curiosity, who's the manufacturer?
6 Sauer.
Thank you.
Councilor Horn?
Sorry, do you know approximately how many guns this covers, or how many you're replacing?
Yeah, we'd be looking for about 95. So we have 90 police officers. We have 2 training guns, and then that allows 3 extras in case one goes down, if one ends up in evidence, if it's involved in a critical incident, that kind of stuff.
Any other questions? Councilor Brown?
Yes, didn't Sig Sauer have an issue with some of their handguns fairly recently where they were kind of shooting by themselves? Did we have any of those weapons?
Yeah, we have that model. We haven't experienced those issues, but we have that model.
Follow
up. Would we be replacing those, that model?
Yes.
And this number also is with, these comes with holsters, those go in it as well, so it's not just a firearm, all the holsters are all different, so that comes with those magazines.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
Sewer collection, page 263, two projects. Sewer pump station replacement, this is $255,000 of capital closeout funds. This is for the supervisory control and data acquisition system upgrades. And then secondly is a $20,000 capital transfer to replace lateral service line inspection camera hardware and software.
Any questions? All right, please move on.
Sewer treatment, page 264, two projects. The first being the Hall Street wastewater plant improvements. This is $1.7 million of sewer fund bonds, about $335,000 of capital closeout. This would be the process upgrade final design. Again, SCADA system upgrades using the capital closeout funds. Replacing the roof on the administrative gravity belt thickener room and EPDM membrane roof system, structural concrete coatings, and replacement of making sure that we have corrosion projection coatings on some of the buildings. And then the Pennacook wastewater plant, the $2.73 million. This would be to replace the influent screw pump number 1, refurbish the influent screw pumps 2 and 3, and again, the SCADA system upgrades.
Thank you. Councilor Davey.
So for closeout, these are two projects that are in the same area. What goes into the decision for this split of closeout for 275 and 410? Or sorry, what was the other one? 104.
My approach was to try to cover as much or the entirety of a cost of a sub-project using only closeout funds to avoid a bond entirely, and where I can't, to try to replace as much as I can on a project that's, again, trying to replace as much of the cost of the bond as possible with the closeout funds.
Great, thanks.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to be clear, this is more for everyone at home. These don't come from the general fund. This is a fund that's
These are sewer funds. This is enterprise fund paid by the ratepayers.
Thanks.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, so two things. One is just the point that ratepayers, this is why there's that increase, right? It's like 15%.
There's a variety of reasons that I'm sure the general services folks could tell you about for the reason of the rate increase. That's certainly not my specialty at that.
Go ahead.
The second point was, or a question, $335,478 for a closeout. That seems like a lot of money left over. Why is that?
There were several sewer projects that the bonds were underexpended by significant amounts because of the efficient use of money and not having to spend the full amount of bonds that were authorized. So we've been able to utilize the savings for projects moving forward.
Mr. Thompson, there are contingency funds that are included in pretty much every project.
Most bonds usually have some contingency built in.
And the contingency funds, if we don't have a contingency and they're not used, then they could be part of the capital closeout. Correct. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Streetscapes and sidewalks, page 264. We have CIP 17. We have $515,000 of highway reserve for constructing the sidewalk, crosswalk, bus stop, improvements along North Main from Stores to Booton Street. This will be coordinated with CIP 78, which is the city's yearly roadway maintenance program. And then this year for the Merrimack River Greenway Trail, we've got some state and donation funds to do the design and permitting for Phase 3, the boardwalk section. Again, this is an asterisk project that would come back to the City Council for further action.
Question, Councilor Keach.
One quick one. Thank you, Your Honor. Would that also involve moving the controversial bus stop in front of Gallagher Cartel?
That's my understanding is yes, that does include the moving of the bus stop.
All right, please move on.
Solid waste management, no projects. Storm sewer, page 265, one project that is a mix of general fund bond and capital closeout. This is a design permitting bidding for the replacement of some deteriorated corrugated metal pipe between Manchester Street and Black Hill Road.
Questions? All right, please move on.
Street corridor, page 266, one project, $200,000 of highway reserve. This is corridor improvements along portions of Pembroke Road from Loudon Road to Route 106.
Yes, Counselor.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on this one. Will that involve either improvements or additions of any sidewalks around Pembroke Road?
Let the city engineer come up for that.
Yes, Pembroke Road, there is a gap in the sidewalk on Pembroke Road, so it does include connecting the sidewalk to eliminate that gap. But we're looking at the whole corridor because a number of things came up. We were looking at paving Pembroke Road anyway, and so we were looking at what other improvements may be able to be made in the corridor. We are also coordinating this with the Heights Sewer Improvement Project that is coming through that area as well.
Thank you.
Councilor Sekou.
Thank you. Could you speak a little bit about Pembroke Road paving and, of course, the big project on sewer that is coming up there? Because I have few people contacting me saying that while they were driving, Pembroke Road was just like a disaster. And I see some councillors nodding their heads. It's overdue.
And that's exactly why we have this project, is we want to take a look at this opportunity to improve the corridor and what might that involve beyond just repaving it. Do we want to make other safety improvements at intersections? Do we want to look at how the sidewalk is installed in relation to the road, right next to the road, or do we want to have a grass strip? We're going to be scheduling a public meeting in the coming weeks to talk about different concepts that we may be looking at and to try to get a feel for the neighborhood and what we might want to move forward with in design.
Follow up?
Thank you. So that when I get a question, I have an answer. Do we have a timeline on this project?
This particular project, this part of what we were asking for funding is for the actual design. The construction would then follow, and I believe that follows in the next fiscal year.
28, I think. 2028. And that's after the project.
Follow up?
Thank you. I maybe have to do what Michelle said. I have 3 questions. Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Right now, we are getting ready to award to a contractor the Heights Sewer Improvement Project, which comes through this corridor.
Yeah.
And so we're coordinating the 2 projects.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Any other? Councilor Davey.
So does design include outreach with the neighbors here for what they actually want to see, like with the sidewalks and?
That's correct.
Okay, cool.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Street rehabilitation, page 267. This is CIP 78, our annual highway improvement program. This is funded through the Highway Reserve. It's the yearly program to reclaim, cold plain overlay, and maintenance overlay selected streets, which you will find listed here on the slide, as well as pavement preservation, drainage repairs, sidewalks on the cold plain and shim overlays, and any emergency overlays.
Okay. Any questions? All right, please move on.
No new streets. Water distribution, we have 4 projects. These are on pages 267 and 268. Capital closeout funds to complete the School Street project previously appropriated in fiscal 25 due to material cost increases. CIP 85, which is water fund bonds to design and construct 950 feet of 12-inch water main to meet water flow demands along Industrial Park Drive to replace the last section of 8-inch main. Water meter program and CIP 244, a mix of bonds, capital transfer, and closeout. This is the phased replacement installation of open right gate valves and the phased installation of meters and reading devices. 676 is a new project, $270,000 of donations. This would be for installation of water lines and meters for the Russell Shea Community Gardens. This was easement acquisition from the city and the state, and the installation of about 2,300 feet of small diameter water main and watering stations, and the design of metering structure and distribution system for the Russell Shea Gardens off Birch Street. Again, this is an asterisk project that would require additional public hearing and action by the council.
Okay. Councilor Brown.
Yes, the first project, I don't remember the number. The one where you're increasing the line?
That would be.
That's Chanel Drive?
That was the Industrial Park Drive from
Yep.
Chanel.
Is that something that we could be using impact fees? Or?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you. Can I go back and ask just a street question before we move on?
Sure.
I don't want to like throw you off or anything.
Sure.
This is a reevaluation year where we look at all of the streets in an odd year, correct, for their paving ability or what their grade is and how, yes?
Mr.
I heard a yes.
Nodding.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That's it. I'm sorry.
That's it?
Move on.
All right. The disembodied voice answered the question. That's very good. All right.
We are getting close. We're on slide 118 of 124. Water per treatment, pages 268 to 269, 4 projects. First CIP 88, water plant improvements, mix of water fund bonds and capital closeout. This is filter and underdrain improvements and maintenance shop phase 2 construction. CIP 124 is water system SCADA, which is the supervisory control data acquisition software equipment and updates. Water system master plan, this is capital transfer of $80,000 to update phase 1 of the 2006 to 2010 master plan for capacity. And then lastly, final project of the night, $250,000 water bond for pump station 3 generator replacement.
Questions? Okay. I think that's it.
I think so.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I just have one. You went in and you changed after the Knox box.
Yes,
And you
that was
typed in.
CIP 305.
Yeah, I don't see that on there, and you changed it to 835,000?
Go to the actual, let's go to,
Spreadsheet was correct.
What project number is
the
it?
project number is 305. So the project detail for that is on page.
261. Or is the?
261 is the by category.
Yeah.
If you were looking at the actual detail, it is page
373.
373. And that was incorrectly, I actually pulled the project from 2031 when I put the slide together. I had the incorrect year.
So the
The
total
total
amount.
numbers that are associated with everything that was in the beginning of is based on the 835,000. It was not based on the 150.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, can you just go back to the street? I'm sorry, because I missed.
She'll sing it with two.
Oh, yeah, Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to take this opportunity to say that when I approached the city manager about those streets, he looked at me and he said, I'll get back to you. When he got back to me, he said, Ali, those were overdue. And I am very appreciative for his literally proper answer and investing the time to know that those are overdue and we should not delay them anymore. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you need time to?
I just need
disassemble?
to resave my presentation, but otherwise I'm all set.
All right. Councilor Foot.
Sorry to delay everybody's departure tonight, but the extension of the water line on Birch Street, I think.
Oh.
So that's purely going to be constructed by donations? and-
That is proposed purely by donation. That, I believe, Councilor Schlosser could chime in. That was a project that he had discussed with the city manager.
Could I provide more information? Would that be helpful? What would-
Yeah, please.
So the Russell Shade Garden has no water, and they've been working on it, they've been thinking about it for about 10 years. So the proposal is that they would raise some money by private donations for a design to bring in water from Ironworks Road. And then pending the design, whatever the cost would be, private donations would fund it, either grants or donations from the gardeners. It's a little complicated because some of it's city land, some of it's state land, and I don't know what else. So it requires a little bit of planning before it gets done.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah,
So the group that's working on this, has anybody considered simply placing a couple of well points in and pumping the water by hand?
That came up at the
NHT, at the Sycamore Garden at NHTI, they do have wells, but it's also about 10 feet above the river. The Russell Shea Garden is way up the hill, and there have not been drilling to determine if wells would be an alternative at this time.
Well, the Turkey River is not more than a few hundred feet away, that's why I asked the question.
So I don't know, they've not done that.
Just trying to get your project,
All right.
new to all this, just trying to move
Thank
your project.
I strongly suggest you guys have a cup of coffee and chat over it.
I've said enough.
So now.
Thank you very much.
I'll now, now that that's been settled, I'll now open the floor to the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify on the budget? Mr. Oh, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you got it first. That's all right. Come on. Please, both of you come up.
My name is Teresa Vincent. I live at 23 Wigan Street.
Please sit down.
Speak to the microphone.
And please reintroduce yourself so that everybody can hear you.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Teresa Vincent. I live at 23 Wigan Street in South End. This is Julie Jacobson.
I'm at 366 South Main Street.
We're here because we have some safety concerns about the intersection of Broadway and Main Street and Rockingham and Main Street, Broadway Street. There's been a number of accidents. It's a safety issue. It's part of CIP 520, from what I understand, and it's been given a priority of somewhere by 2035. And we would like to know how we can implement priorities to change that timeline, to get something done ahead of time, now, because it's a life safety risk. And Julie, if you want to share your story, that might put some priority to it.
I bought the home at 366 South Main Street in August of 25. January 24th at 1:15 in the morning, a drunk driver missed that curve and hit my home. It's the third time that home has been hit. When I bought it, I knew about the first two. And we laughed and said, what are the odds? They're really good. They were really good. They had a structural engineer come out. My home has been deemed a total loss because that gentleman hit the sweet spot in my home and knocked it 6 inches off the foundation. I didn't even have all my Christmas trees down yet. My family has, I live there with my daughter, who was also diagnosed with cancer on 2 rounds of chemo. It was too rough for her husband, which was why we had to move and buy a house. My 2 grandchildren live there as well. The wall that he hit was where my granddaughter was sleeping. It's an old house. It's 100 years old. The baseboards are that big. That baseboard where he hit moved 3 inches out from the wall and snapped in half like a toothpick. Shattered my joists in the basement. They're like toothpicks. Hit my gas line. Took out my electrical panel, is moved from the wall. Burst pipes. That was January 24th. If you remember, it was 20 below, wind chills. We got 2 feet of snow the next day. It has been the gift that keeps giving. I have had more. We're in temporary housing. Thank you. My daughter is probably more traumatized than anything. She still wakes up at 1:15 in the morning terrified. She had an episode on Christmas Eve that year where she passed out and hard on the floor. Ambulance was called. Thank you very much for all of the first responders here, because they're amazing in this city. But so my granddaughter, when she heard the impact, she thought it was her mother falling. She's on the main floor, my daughter's on the lower floor, I'm on the top floor. We all three hit the floor running to each other because we didn't know what happened. We looked out the dining room window and thought it was an accident at the corner of South Main and Broadway, because there's been a number. We didn't see anything. Had we looked down, that gentleman's truck was embedded in my home. His right front tire went through my basement window, along with 8 feet of foundation. That improvement plan, had that happened after the second time that home was hit, that man wouldn't have hit my home. He would have hit that. I put up a fence when I moved in because I have dogs. Had he not hit that fence, he would have hit my home head on. That fence entangled in the other undercarriage of his truck and slowed him and turned him. Had he gone this much further, that gas line wouldn't have just separated, it would have exploded. Police officers put us in a police cruiser and moved us down the street until Unitil and Liberty could get there. I've never been so terrified in my life. And now it's every day, it's something else. I lost my home. We have a cherry tree. Everybody is stuck, because I moved in the fall. Everybody talked to me about that cherry tree. It's the most beautiful tree in the neighborhood. I couldn't wait to sit on my bench and watch that cherry tree bloom. I don't get to do that. I have old growth shrubbery. It might sound silly, but I have a rhododendron in front of the living room window that's taller than me. It doesn't take much. But it's beautiful and it's old growth, and I have to figure out how to save it. I have neighbors who've offered to foster it. And the first time that I saw that design on the big screen at the traffic council meeting, I'm looking at it and I'm going, if that had been there, he would not have hit my home, or it would have slowed him down enough. And it's like, and I'm going to ask you the same thing that I asked those folks. Sit with that a minute. Think about that. Just a chain link fence maybe saved my granddaughter's life. She's 16 years old and is my heart. I held her before her mama did. They all know that if they want anything, if they want Chinese for dinner, Millie, call Grammy. Because Grammy won't say no to Millie. I can't even imagine where I would be had it just been a little bit more and he'd come through the house. I can't. I'm afraid that we're going to rebuild because insurance makes it really difficult to do anything else. I have to rebuild there. I don't know if I can move back in. I don't know if I'm going to get a brand new house, design it the way I want to, make it pretty, have a place for all my Christmas trees, and not be able to move in. Because that one little thing would have made this not happen.
Now, has this been before the Traffic Policy Advisory Committee?
Yes. We were there Thursday morning.
Okay. And they've yet to make a recommendation back to...
No, they did.
Did they?
I think the terminology was recommend to move forward or something like that. Recommend, and we were advised that it would be worth it for us to come here and present this to you guys, so that we can get some financial priorities set on a life safety change, because it can't really wait. Her house is going to be rebuilt built this summer, I believe, or this year. And there's no guarantee that that's not going to happen again. You know, so we traveled the neighborhood and we got a petition. Thank you for helping us with the procedures. We've got over 30 signatures. Everybody in the neighborhood, everybody on the corner of Rockingham and Broadway, they've signed it, well, with the exception of Mr. Ruggles. But everybody else, we have it, you know. Everybody wants safety improvements on the south end of town. And we understand that there's a bigger picture than just that intersection. The whole south end has traffic flow problems. We understand it. We're asking for a change now to fix that part so that she can be safe and people that are traveling that little neck on Broadway Street don't get into accidents that may take somebody's life. And it's literally possible to take somebody's life. The other person that was mentioned in my letter that I sent in was Grayson, who lives on the corner of Rockingham and Broadway, and he was walking his dog through that intersection, and he got struck by a vehicle, and he was in the crosswalk. He was knocked to the ground. He's injured. He hasn't recovered fully from his injuries. His dog died. Okay, and it's very easy to be on the finance committee and approve the plans and the budgets and everything, but you know, there's a reality in a person and a life. And how do we go about getting a change now? You know, we put a proposal in, and that proposal that I put down was taking a Google image, and it's like, they're going to say they don't have the money. You know, and everybody in the neighborhood, you know, not everybody, but a lot of people in the neighborhood are saying, you know, oh, they won't do anything until somebody dies. It's like, let's not hope that happens. You know, let's do something. And so that's why I said, you know, she could use a hand, you know. So I'm not doing anything.
Plus, my burial plot's too far away.
You know, and so, you know, I'm asking you, what are the policies and procedures that need to be followed to make this happen? I'll do the work. I don't care. We need to do something to make it happen now, and to say, well, we can put that in the budget for 2030. You know, it's not sufficient.
We can certainly take your concerns into consideration as part of our budget deliberations. There's not necessarily an action I mean, you've done the action by coming here and sharing this with us. And I think that we're certainly I'm familiar with the situation. I've been out there with Councilor Schlosser at least once, if not more. But you know, we understand the concern that you have. We can certainly you know, talk with city staff. You know, because part of this would be planning too. I mean, there is no city plan, as far as I know, for right now for reconfiguring that intersection or that end of the street. But we can certainly, you know, have a chat and see what's feasible.
It's really important to elevate the priority of it. And I know it competes with all of the other CIP projects. I get it. But it's really important to elevate the priority, and I can't emphasize that strongly enough. And you know, persistence will pay for us. And I don't want to be a thorn in your side about it, but we do need to we need to fix it. You know, and if you look at the documents that are attached, and if anybody needs it, reach out to me and I'll give it to you. But Broadway Street aligns directly to her driveway, and that's what the problem is.
Are there any questions for Ms. Benson and Ms. Jacobson?
I'll make a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and telling your story. And this is the third time this has happened. I think 2 years ago, it was reviewed by traffic operations, and there were at least interim design measures which have not been implemented, and probably part of the constraint had been funding. They didn't have the funds, perhaps. I think it begs the question of how does traffic operations, when they see a need, they'd send us their minutes, and we may accept their minutes, but we don't necessarily act on them unless a resident or a counselor or somebody elevates it to say, we need an interim appropriation or an interim solution. So I think they have at least interim design. I mean, there's longer, deeper designs of changing the whole configuration of how, like, one of our residents said, well, let's close it off and have all the, all the traffic go down Rockingham to Main Street, so it's a T intersection, and it would be safer. So there's other considerations, but I think, in my frustration, I just haven't known how to elevate this sufficiently. So I'll take some responsibility for that, because 2 years ago I saw the report, and there were some chevrons and obstructions and stuff that were proposed, but they were never implemented.
There's
And
chevrons there that got installed,
Mhm.
but the problem is where you need the most important chevron would go right in the middle of her driveway, so you can't.
right,
do
that's
that.
where you aim. So anyway, thank you for coming. I'm not exactly sure what the right thing to do. I think we will need to consult with city staff to see what they recommend, but I think we do need some action, and after three hits, we should take action on that
3
intersection.
hits in 2 years.
Yeah.
So I'm
Thank you.
communicating with everybody that signed the petition, and so I would like to be able to communicate a message back to them, and I'm not sure what that message will be. I want it to be a little bit stronger than they're checking into it and they'll get back to us someday.
Right now, I think that's the honest answer. I mean, you know, really, I mean, we cannot make a commitment right now to do something. But I think we've all heard you. I certainly have. I know that Councilor Schlosser has. You know, if you could take that message back, you know, certainly, you know, you have my attention anyway.
Okay, and what would be a reasonable timeline to expect a response?
If there was going to be a response, it would be by the end of the budget process, which is June 4th.
Okay.
You know, but also, I would just say, feel free to reach out to me. My contact information is on the city website.
Okay.
So if you want to touch base with me about any updates, please feel free. Councilor Schlosser, I know, has been over there, and he's also a point of contact.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Look
Thank
forward
you.
to
I'm
hearing
so
from
sorry
you.
about what you've been through.
Thank you.
Very compelling.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Like your earrings.
Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Mr. Schweiker, I saw your hand up. Welcome back.
Good evening, mayors and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Roy Schweiker, and I certainly can't top that story. I'm just going to have to bore you to death with all these things. I'm going to start in reverse with a capital budget. I mean, most of the things that the city buys, I have no clue what they cost. So, you know, I can't really say, is that a reasonable sum or a not reasonable sum or whatever. So I'm going to mention a few things that I think are outrageously priced, that I have some flavor for, and maybe somebody who knows more can get into some of the expensive things and see if they're really outrageously priced. I had on page 405 a meter maintenance vehicle for $65,000, but I don't remember that coming up on the screen. I'm going to sleep during that. On the other hand, I did hear about a Jeep for $72,000 I don't remember. And I actually went shopping to the Jeep dealership earlier this year. They showed me this very nice Jeep, everything I ever could have wanted. It was $40,000. It was too much for me, I didn't buy it. But that's only a fraction of $72,000. And I'm not quite sure how fancy a Jeep that the parking people need to drive around the city. And the other thing is, I don't know how many miles you put on. I mean, if you're just driving around the city, how many miles a day can you put on it? Because, I mean, this is a vehicle that's 7 years old. I got a vehicle that's quite a bit older than that, should we say, and I think the mayor has one that's older than I am.
2007.
So I'm not quite sure why we're replacing a vehicle that's only 7 years old, that only has to drive around the city for like double what it seems like I could go down to the dealer and buy it for. So I think we need to look into, you know, some of this stuff. Are we really paying too much for things we don't need? And as far as the handguns, I mean, they said they replace them every 20,000 rounds. I mean, who are they shooting? 20,000 people a year? No, I'm sorry, that's 10 years. only 2,000 people a year. And why are we shooting that many rounds through them? I mean, yes, I understand you go to the range and practice, but that's a lot of shooting. And why we have, I mean, the thing that Councilor Horn said about, they should last 20 years, and these only last 10 years, maybe we should buy some of the ones that last 20 years. And the other thing is, I tried to figure out what a handgun should cost, and my little expert AI thing says a brand new police handgun should cost $400 to $750. And we're paying over $1,200 a piece for them, for a gun that only lasts half as long. Maybe we should quit buying from Sig Sauer and, buy them from Glock or somebody, but it seems like, once again, that's not being a good choice, buying something for more money that maybe doesn't last as well. I'm not even talking about them accidentally shooting yourself with them. As far as Terrell Park, I think you people are starting to get the idea. Maybe what we need to do is just leave it sit. If the tree crew has time, they can go and play with the stumps, but spending that kind of money on an interim solution that really does nothing, I really don't see that as a good thing. Number 3, the human services. The solution for them is, let's put them in the new police station. We have extra room. They're used to being there with the prosecutors. And that way we can take the existing police station when it's empty, drain the water, shut off the electricity, don't spend any money at all, because the number I've heard is it costs $10 million to redo that. And, we're just spending too much money on stuff we don't need. So put the human services people in the police station and shut down the old police station. And a lot of people would love to have more space in their office, but, there's just stuff we don't need, and we're spending too much money on it. Okay, number 5. This is a picky thing, but it just shows that I've actually been reading this thing. Go to page 153 and look at goal number 5. And it says that the rec department is responsible for the Heights Community Center and for the Merrimack Lodge. Who's responsible for Community Room Merrimack? Is that the library? Is that the public properties? Or is it really the recreation department and nobody's been careful about writing up stuff here? And, we've heard about the Engine 1 yet again. And once again, on page 133, they give a censored, I should call it redacted list, not a censored list, of fire calls, because the total number of calls is more than the calls they list there. But they're estimating this fiscal year there will be 65 building fires and 7,465 EMS calls. That is more than 100 times as many EMS calls as fire calls. And they're worried about another fire engine. Why don't we think about, maybe if you really want to cut down the, number of calls that each guy has to go to, get another ambulance, have 5 ambulances. That's far more what we need than another fire truck, because 65 building fires a year, that's only like a little more than 1 a week. The typical firefighter goes to 0 structure fires in a week because it's 4 shifts. And, that sounds strange, but I'll be sending you a memo on this, and if the chief disagrees with that statement, he can, he's got the data to prove it. But, I think that extra ambulance would be worth far more to the city than the extra fire truck. And now we're back to the Community Development Department, and I was at the planning board the other night. Steeplegate Mall came up yet again. Those people are still trying to stick us for as much money as they can. And I said, why is it that the city should be subsidizing businesses that compete with people that are here? I mean, some of our biggest taxpayers are Walmart and Sam's Club. And what they're going to be doing is building competitors for them. And Walmart and Sam's Club paid a lot of money in improvements, traffic improvements, to put in their buildings. And now the city is proposing that we're going to give their competitors a free ride on this? We need to start doing something about that. We need to see that they pay their fair share. And the other thing was, the sewage on the heights that they needed, they were trying to be, apologetic, the sewage isn't ready yet. I mean, if you had a building lot, say out in the country, you would put in your own well and your own septic system. So I don't see why, if you have a building lot in the city, you shouldn't pay to connect to the sewer. We're spending, what is it, $25 million on sewage on the heights? Why aren't the people that are trying to build 600 units out there having to pay for each of those connections instead of the sewer users as a whole? Why is it that we're asking existing residents to pay expenses the developers should be paying? We really need to get that under control, get some ordinances in. I don't think that should be an impact fee, it should be a connection fee. And Mr. Hirschlag was trying to say, okay, well, why not let them pay it over a number of years in parts? Well, I don't object to that, but the point is we should quit giving gifts to developers. We should make them pay their true expenses. And the last thing is the TIF districts. I think that the North End district should be shut down. I think that some people in the city believe that the city manager makes all the decisions and acts like a dictator for life, but there's a gentleman that tells him what to do, whose name is Steve Dupree. And the reason we still have that TIF district is in case we want to extend Store Street and there's not enough additional development to pay for it. I say, if there isn't enough development to extend Store Street, then why would we do it? Instead of taking the money in that TIF district and using it for something that won't pay for itself, let's close out the TIF district, give the money to the taxpayers who were promised it years ago. The mayor, Verno, would be rolling his grave if he knew that the promise he made to the taxpayers is when the bonds are paid off, you'll get the money back. Well, no. All the TIF districts seem to become slush funds for local things. And essentially what they do is you take money that the developers should pay, the city pays it off, and they pay for it by stealing money from the school district. As a, for instance, Canal Park. There's nothing wrong with Canal Park. I don't object to it, but realistically, that had nothing to do with the original reason for the TIF district, and it should have been, the TIF district should have been paid off, and then the city should have appropriated money to build Canal Park. Instead, what we essentially did is, okay, we will take the school district share of the money from the new development and use it to pay for Canal Park so the city has to pay less. And that's not really fair. So that district should go away immediately. We don't need the money for, the North End should go away immediately because if the Store Street extension won't pay for itself, then we shouldn't do it. The Merrimack River Greenway Trail, they promised when this whole idea came up, it would be entirely paid by donations, so we don't need to spend any city money on it. As far as the other two TIF districts, they've got more stuff outstanding, but I really think we need to, close them down too, because we just find excuses to spend their money on something else instead of doing what we should do, pay them off, and then budget those things through the normal budget process. And I'm sorry I'm not as exciting as the other people. I maybe talked almost as long, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schweiker. Would anyone like to ask a question? Councilor Schultz.
I guess this is more quick feedback of a tiny amount. I mean, I feel like there's a lot. You always give us a lot of food for thought, and I appreciate that. Of the many things I could respond to, I just want to say, I don't think you need to worry about Walmart and Sam's Club. If you knew how much money they're making from the state and taxpayers, you wouldn't be as worried about that piece. But I do appreciate the question. The good news is if we get a Costco, they pay a living wage, so we won't have the expenses from services in the same way. So I hope that helps in one tiny little piece. Tempted that to address other parts of it because you always give me food for thought of ways, unique ways to think of these items, because I do think that's a good way of thinking skeptically about a budget is really helpful. So for that, I appreciate very much.
Any other questions? Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schweiker, I didn't catch everything you said about page 153, goal number 5. Could you repeat that again really quick?
Okay, page number 153, goal number 5. It says that the Recreation Department will maintain the citywide community center in Merrimack Lodge. And I'm just pointing that out as I think this is, carelessness in putting this thing together. Because if they don't maintain the Pennacook Community Room, I don't know who does, because that's not a goal that was assigned to any other department in the city.
Thank you.
Councilor Secker.
Thank you. I want to just follow up what Councilor Schultz said and to express my gratitude. I always like literally listening to you. It's another education. And I want to say two things. Do you believe that the 72,000 for the Jeep, it's just a projection? It's not what we are planning to spend on the car?
I have no idea where they got that number. One might think they would, call a dealer and ask approximately what it is when they're preparing a budget. And it would be nice if they bought it for probably $38,000 because they can get a better price as a municipality than I can. And then we'd have money left. And what's that, capital closeouts? That'd be just great. But, I don't know. And the same thing with the guns. It would be nice if they bought them for $400, $750, and that they didn't shoot people with themselves. But, once again, if they come in with outrageous numbers, the things are twice what they should be for things I can understand, then what about this, equipment for the sewage treatment plant? I have no idea what that stuff costs. I don't know how I'd find out. And I'm just concerned that if they get the numbers wrong down here, that the whole thing may be.
I have a few questions. So, as I said, it's a projection, and maybe, hopefully, we'll see a reduced price, and hopefully it might be even what you suggested. We don't know. This is just a projection. And I think you do believe in that it's a projection. And my second question to you is about the height and talking about sewer project, right, the sewer line project. What you just said here is that the public-private partnership should not happen because what the developer is proposing, it should be all on the developer. Is that correct?
I'm saying that the expenses that legitimately belong to the developer, they should pay. Now, we were told, for instance, that the traffic signals are worn out and they need replacement. So it's not fair to make the developer pay for the traffic signals because we'd have to replace them anyway, whether the development takes place or not. On the other hand, if we don't need to upgrade the sewer because there's plenty of sewage, if they don't put these 600 units out there, then I don't see why you shouldn't pay for the 600 units. They're talking about there's going to be some, road improvements necessary for this project. I don't know if you've heard yet that now they think everybody should come in off Route 106, which is, going to require quite a bit of different traffic planning. And once again, if that didn't have to be done, if this project wasn't going to be done, why should we as the taxpayers pay for it, either directly or through a TIF district that's designed to steal money from the Concord School District, which right now needs it very badly. And as far as, will this project happen? You weren't here then. I was. The Steeplegate Mall was not built the first time it was proposed. It was not built the second time it was proposed. It wasn't until the third time around that they found a developer and a project that would work and work for a number of years. So I don't feel like we have to accept the first deal they offer us at Steeplegate Mall because we may get a better one later.
Thank you for your testimony. The only reason I ask those questions because I think, thank you. I think I did say that earlier. Those projects are not only, and you said it very well when you said that the developer should pay his share. We also have, for everybody's information here, I think the responsibility that the height and what is moving in the height, it's not only related to that development. You know, there's many projects that is coming in the height, and people that live in the heights, there is many people that want to develop more. So this, and I am with you when you said everybody should, especially a developer, should pay their fair share. but knowing that this project is not only related to only the developer. This is for years to come, in the height for many development to come. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay.
And once again, you remember a few years back that the city council voted to remove some sort of lien for somebody that might get some water assigned to their property, because they made some deal in the past that these properties would have a lien attached for some water development, and this property never used it, and eventually the bonds were all paid off, and the city council voted to eliminate that lien. I'm sure someone here remembers what I'm talking about. And that may be what happens there, that sooner or later, if that sewer capacity isn't used, then the the sewer users will have to eat the difference. But I don't see why the people that are wanting to tap into it now shouldn't be paying whatever their proportional cost is.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Schweiker? Thank you, Mr. Schweiker. Appreciate it. Always good to see you. Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Patricia DeAngelis. I know it's late, we all want to go home, but these things have been burning in my mind, and some counselors urged us to come tonight, and so I came.
Welcome.
I feel that there's a group of counselors that seem to include the interest of the taxpayers when they're making decisions. It's part of their focus. As taxpayers, we thank you. We appreciate it. It has to be part of the equation of the council making decisions. The tax bill, the upcoming tax bill, is projected to be for a $400,000 house to go up by $900 to $1,000 up just to the next cycle. So let's get real. There's always going to be unexpected expenses. This year, it was, I believe, the higher health care costs for the city employees. For the school board, it was the unexpected higher costs for special ed things. It was unexpected, so why not make a plan for every year, for this every year? If it's a given that something's going to be unexpected, and it's going to cost money. If there's a plan that, what if we planned and put a fund together? I know you have a rainy day fund. I don't believe that the things coming out of the rainy day fund are specific, have a specific purpose. What if that rainy day fund or some other similar fund is set up for unexpected expenses? And when those unexpected expenses happen, which they will, they can only be used to lower the percent of increase of taxes to taxpayers. Sort of a taxpayer insulation fund. I don't know the legality of funds, but I'm sure something could be figured out. I know, like I said, the rainy day fund, I know it has been used to offset tax increases previously, but it's also been used for other things as well. So, capital improvements, and this doesn't have anything to do with capital improvements tonight, but myself and many other taxpayers have all had these thoughts. Beaver Meadow, that project was definitely a want, not a need. Did the parking lot need to be paved? Absolutely. Did the bathroom plumbing problems need to be fixed? Absolutely. But those items could have been done for a lot less than $6 million, let alone the much higher price tag of the original ask. The police station. Do we need a new police station? Absolutely. One could have been approved that's included all the things that the police and their staff wanted and needed, including the hardening requirements for the building. What wasn't needed was the much more square footage to support the 50-year growth This absolutely affected the price tag. More square feet equals more dollar signs. An architect who gave public testimony here about that, in his public comment, talked about a building, and I don't know, he gave a name to this thing, a building that could be designed with one outside wall that could be easily taken down for future expansion. Why couldn't something like that have been done? Will it cost more if you do it that way? Probably, but we do projects when we can afford them. And part of putting it off for a later date, things that we can't afford right now, is a reality of responsible budgeting. We all have to do it. We all do it. Also, it was touted during council meetings that some support staff would be housed in the existing building on the property, along with, this is the police station, along with offices for other city departments that were now having to rent space elsewhere, which was mentioned tonight. The expansion would have to have some renovating done. That was talked about. So I'm considering, okay, new configuration of the space, new flooring, probably new lighting, painting some walls. But I drove by that building 2 to 3 weeks ago. There are support beams at the corners, and there are support beams in the interior, and everything else was gutted. You can see through the building. And now, was I that naive that I didn't know? I watched the meetings, I listened to the meetings. When I think of renovations, I think of renovations. I don't think of gutting. And I recently read something, and I don't know if it's true, so if it's not, forget it. But I heard that that existing building would also have to be hardened as well as the new building. If that's not true, I'll just forget about it. But if this is true, why do both buildings need to be hardened? And what happened to saving the historical mid-century modern building? It's not going to look like that. I'm sure we're already over the stated cost of the project. Memorial Field. Did we need new bleachers? Absolutely. And I believe the track also needed to be redone. Fine. Improved drainage needed to be done. Absolutely. Why, though, are we totally rearranging the layout of where all the things are on the entire space? Why would you put the football field track, which has the biggest crowds, at the farthest end, or the farthest point from the parking, when so many people have to walk there? I mean, you and I are in shape and can get places, but not everybody is. That just didn't seem to make sense. Fix the stuff that needs to be done. Forget the locker rooms and all the extraneous stuff. I'm trying to figure out the mentality. Is it that people want to brag to others or try to impress other schools with the great facilities we have? I don't know. I don't know what the motivation is. But all this ends up with taxpayers paying more money. We're living on budgets that keep us living within our means. The problem is that you, as the majority approves things, are not just always needs. There are a lot of wants. We have no control over that. And what about the pine trees? We've been listening to all the city council meetings, and we understood that 60 trees would be taken down. A group of us walked the entire field in late April or early May, I can't remember the exact date, all the way down the side of the field along Fruit Street, all the way across the side parallel to Clinton Street. Well over 200 trees were gone. All that was left were stumps and all the mess that the loggers left after they took all the trunks. City workers will have to, or maybe they have already been cleaning this all up. One of the persons in this group, and Wyatt, I don't remember his name for sure, had extensive experience with trees and stated that there were very few that had any rot. They were mostly all healthy trees. The screening that these trees provided, noise and sight, were immense. Not to mention the shade in an area that is now not shady at all. The ability of all those trees to help the drainage in the area, huge. Why do this? That was not in the plan. And how did this get approved? There's also, in all of this, the middle school. And I know you're not responsible for that, but taxpayers are also dealing with that, as well as city budgets. And that school wants way beyond needs. Again, is it for bragging rights? It certainly isn't to provide a place where students can learn and thrive, because you don't need a $155 million school building. You need excellent teachers, staff, and administrators to do that. Anyway, you have to understand, the taxpayers are not against projects. We're against projects that are more than what needs to be done. Considering all these things, can you really not understand why people are upset? Things happening that are totally different from what was approved at public meetings, spending past for things that are wants, not needs, and who gets to foot the bill? We do. These three things that I mentioned have already been approved, so I have no idea if changes could be made at this point. I've read that the council has moved out, time-wise, other capital improvement in projects. I think it was just in the paper yesterday or today. That's great. But we're on the hook for these three projects for what? I don't know what the bond is. 20 years, 3 years, 30 years? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's too long, but we can't afford it otherwise. We cannot afford any new stuff for quite a while. Between the middle school and all the city projects, we're maxed out for a long time. We're in the middle of a perfect storm of expensive projects. And then there's the fact that some of these projects, both the school and the city, I believe, start out small, and then the amounts increase over time. So even if we don't see huge amounts in our bills, like right off the bat, in 2, 3, 4 years, the amount like triples. And so, you know, it increases significantly for the remaining years. All I want to say is really think when you approve projects, because we have to be part of the equation. You have to think about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. DeAngelis? Will you take questions?
Sure.
Councilor Schultz.
It's a really quick one. Thank you for coming today. Did you say what neighborhood you live in? If
I'm
you
in
don't,
South End. I'm on Noy Street.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify? All right, seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed. I'll remind the City Council that we'll be meeting again on Monday, June 1st at 5:30 in these chambers. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, please.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
No, I need you.
All right, ayes have it.